Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Today is the 14th. It's a Sunday. Hope you are doing well. I'm alive. That's what is important. We keep it real. We keep it... me, I don't fake it to make it. I keep it real. Motivational speakers fake it until they make it. But I keep it real. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Today is the 14th and we are back. Hope you are doing well out there. Hope you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and you're doing it the right way. If you have an assignment, hope you fulfill it to the dot. Many people have assignments, but they alter their own assignments and they're doing things that make them happy, but not what the assignment is saying. Many people are adding other things onto the assignment, and I don't think you'll like the results. Hope by the time they ask for accountability, you'll have what to write. Hope whatever you're adding onto your assignment is what the original assignment is all about. Otherwise, how is your Sunday? Hope you went to your church service. And hope you're putting in practice whatever you are studying out there. Because if you're not, that is another story altogether. The challenge is you altering the assignment and adding your own things. Many servants, many leaders altered their assignments and they are off the course. But they are so convinced that they are doing the right thing, unfortunately. When you change the assignment, it alters the project. Please don't change the assignment. The results are normally not good. People who altered the assignment, it is another story altogether. Good morning, praise God. Or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Otherwise, hope you are alive. What is important lately is breathing. Sorry, I'm sharing myself. I love following instructions to the dot, so I am sharing myself. We go to school. I requested people at the beginning of this journey of teaching, when I decided to come out, I requested people to come with a book and a pen, your Bible, your English class. Those who speak my local language, please carry your local language with you. We put all that together and make sure we accomplish the assignment. Many people have failed so bad because they altered the assignment and they are doing their own things that suit what they want, but not what the instructor instructed. And that has brought many problems in many people's lives, and it's kind of tight now. Whenever you change the assignment, the results are never good. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Kabaka Yesu Yegwe Afuga. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Kabaka Yesu Yegwe Afuga. Emirembe Jonna. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Kabaka Yesu Yegwe Afuga. 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 Halleluj emirembe gyonna tumusinze, tumusinze. Kabaka Yesu yegwe afuga, yabifuga, yabifuga Yesu, tubimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, tubimulekere abifuge. Abakulembeze baffe yabafuga Yesu, gwe bamulekere abafuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge, yabifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge. Let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, O Lord and Savior, let Jesus reign. Nyinyi watoto, turururatata, gwe bimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, tubimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge, abifuga, yabifuga Yesu, gwe bimulekere abifuge. Let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, our Lord and Savior. Let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, O Lord and Savior. Let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, let Jesus reign, O Lord and Savior. Let Jesus reign. We have a class later. 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 We have a class later. Amazing other things you do, no one can do. Amazing things. I will magnify your name. Your steadfast love amazes me. The things you do, no man can do. Jehovah, you're so amazing, amazing. The things you do, no one can do. Amazing things. I will magnify your name. Your steadfast love amazes me. The things you do, no one can do. Jehovah is so amazing, amazing. The things you do, no one can do. Amazing things. I will magnify your name. Your steadfast love amazes me. The things you do, no one can do. Jehovah is so amazing. Byewunyisa, byokola, byonna byokola, binsanyusa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewunyisa, ze byesinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewunyisiza, byewuunyisa byokola, byonna byokola, binsanyusa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewunyisa, ze byesinza gwe byokola, Mukama onnewunyisa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewunyisa, ze byesinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewunyisa, byewuunyisa byokola, byonna byokola, binsanyusa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewunyisa, ze byesiyinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewunyisa, byewuunyisa byokola, byonna byokola, binnewuunyisa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewuunyisa, ze byesiyinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewuunyisa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewuunyisa, ze byesiyinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewuunyisa, byewuunyisa byokola, byonna byokola, binnewuunyisa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewuunyisa, ze byesiyinza gwe byokola, bulijjo Mukama onnewuunyisa, gulumiza erinnya lyo, kwagala kwo kunnewuunyisa, ze byesiyinza kwebyokola jomukamanewunyisa gulumiza erinnya lyo kwagalako kunewunyisa zebyasinze gwebyokola zonewunyisa byewunyisa byokola byonna byokola binewunyisa gulumiza erinnya lyo kwagalako kunewunyisa zebyasinze kwebyokola byonna byokola binewunyisa. Heavenly Father, we give you praise, we give you glory, we give you honor. We thank you for such a lovely day. We thank you for such a precious moment. I give you praise, I give you glory, I give you honor. Lord, come and have your way. Let your will be done. Let your love prevail. I decrease and you increase. I am just a vessel. Holy Spirit, come and have your way. Come and make our way where seems to be no way. Speak to us, O God, this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on where each person is located. Lord, come and have your way. Father, come and have your way. I am just a vessel, Lord. Lord, I'm just a vessel. Come and have your way. Lord, come and have your way. I give you praise, Father. I give you glory. I give you honor. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, my Master, Lord. We worship you, Lord. Glorify your name because you're good. And your mercies endures forever. Thank you, Father, for the 14th. Thank you, Lord, for today. It's such an honor, Lord. Who are we? It's such an honor. We give you praise, Lord. We give you glory, Father. We give you honor. Thank you, my Master, Lord. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Come and have your way. Come and have your way. Come and have your way. I worship you, Lord. In Jesus' mighty name I believe and pray. Amen. It's an honor to be alive. It's an honor to be breathing. It's such an honor. I don't take it for granted. When I look where I'm from, it's been God throughout. It's been God in a way I cannot explain it. I do not know how to explain it. You know, we walk with people, but we don't know where people come from. We don't know what people are going through. When I was walking a physical journey with many of my friends, I am the type, I keep stuff to myself. But I am the type who goes ahead to find out who is this person I'm working with. Where do they come from? Do they have parents? Do they have siblings? Are they married? Do they have children? Are they working? Do they have what to eat? Unfortunately, many of us don't go that extra mile. But when we have something and we want someone to support us, there we are very active. But we do not know the people we are asking support from. Everyone needs support. Everyone needs encouragement. Everyone needs love. God created us, and those things, we are entitled to those things. Unfortunately, man is operating in a ground or on a ground where the devil took authority simply because of sin. And man has adopted the devil kind of way of doing things. Man has a selfish lifestyle. On condition man gets what they want, they don't care how they get it. They'll step on anything to get up. I have seen it all over. On condition I get what I want, they don't care. Because to man, he thinks he comes first. I told you the class of creation is coming. Man does not come first. That is the devil's mentality. God never created man first. We altered things. That's why man does not care. On condition, their thing is up. The rest is history. But people who know that man does not come first are people who love genuinely, and those are friends. Moses was a friend of God. But acquaintances come first. Acquaintances fake it until they make it. That is a devil's mentality. Careful when you're seated in anyone's class. Careful when you're listening to motivational speakers, inspirational speakers. Unfortunately, the church has motivational and inspirational speakers. They don't have people who speak life into people's lives. Unfortunately, we have more. I want to find the motivational speaker outside church, inspirational speakers. I want them outside. I don't want them inside church. After being motivated and inspired outside, I want to find life in church. I am tired of going to church and we are in the same circles. We are being taught the same word from January to December, and it's not affecting our lives. We just study, write the books, preach, preacher raise the tables or the seats, then we get out and we are empty. The word is not working for the person preaching it. The word is not working for the person that is being preached to. Because there are certain things that are not changing. Because we replace the love of God with man's ideas. When you don't understand that God is love, you'll never make it. We are loving people because of what they do for us. But we don't love people genuinely. When someone does something for me, then I say, I love you so much. But in actual sense, I don't. I know. The Bible says that love without action is what? Noise. We just have noisemakers. And the devil has allowed it that way. God is love. Love ain't blind. It is man who is blind. When you understand that love is God, because when he loved us so much, he gave us. When we love, we beg. Until you understand the concept of love, we are just making noise. Most of us go to church not to understand God. We go there because we want to change the lifestyle. Our main aim why we go to church is to become rich, for the environment to change, because you're going through a hard time. Then you're like, let me pray the Lord will change the environment. The main aim of going to church and fellowshipping is not about having a relationship. People get saved because they want to get married. People get saved because they want a car. They want the environment to change their business. Some are struggling in their marriages, but they don't go to have an intimacy with God. That is why even our man-to-man relationships are failing, because our relationship with God is poor. If you ever wear the shoe of a leader, if you ever wear a shoe of the fivefold ministries, you're going to reciprocate the love of Christ. You represent Christ. Unfortunately, it is the other way around. Jesus never chose who to love. For us, we choose who to be in our circles. If you're not called, whatever I'm talking about is noise. We have a class later. Please attend and tell your family members to attend. Your friends, your acquaintances, your in-laws, your exes, and your enemies. We've altered things, and we use the fact that we are old enough. We are old in age. I've been somewhere longer than the other person. Sweetheart, when it comes to God, we are babies. God is going to use your experience. There is no student who is above the teacher. No student. If you ever want to go higher with God, learn to be a student of life and of the Word of God. But if you don't want to sit under any other person, and you think you put in class, I have a PhD, I've known Christ longer, we have a big church, I hear I'm the only one God speaks to, my friend. Pride is at the tip of worship. If you think you're the only one who can teach. Sometimes the so-called tribes we carry around, the friends we move with, add nothing to our lives. We walk with them because they understand us. They can put up with our things. And we manipulated them. Hence, we are learning nothing. When I look at the circle of the friends you walk around with, you all look the same. There is nothing new. You're going to find that all of them work in the bank, or they are in the customer service, or they are all engineers, or they are all doctors. And it has come even in church. Apostles move with apostles. When will the fivefold ministries rise up? Pastors are hanging out with pastors. Evangelists, the same thing. Teachers, prophets. And I'm like, why did you separate the fivefold ministries? That is why in church, they have only one hand that is operational. The other hands were cut off. Or they haven't yet grown. If my hands are supposed to be like this, the other hands are these ends. When the prophet does not speak, the rest of us can't speak. When an apostle does, like, the fivefold ministries are crippled. Leaders are crippled. They just teach the word. Anyone can teach. The younger generation that has gone to school, they put in the accent, they bring all the hard words. I don't know whether they sit in the dictionary and look for the words. I don't know. When they are not even led by the Holy Spirit, anyone can come and teach. The devil has taught us many times. We carry the devil if we don't carry the Holy Spirit. Encouragement for lonely days. Are you lonely? You know, there are people who are in marriages, but when they are lonely, because the man or the woman they are with, they don't love them. They got married because their dad, their mom said. They got married because it's the in thing. You know these guys who get married because of the circle? And boys pick girls in the circle when they don't even know each other. The boys are like, no, you're too. Then they start putting funny things there. And now they're in their marriages and things are crawling. They never ask the Lord about their spouses. We are in church and pastor is like, Esther, you're old enough. Your age is for married people. Then they start to look for a boy who is also there, who is thinking of it and is not shifting. Pastor, stop connecting people unless the Lord says so. Marriages that are failing in church, most of them, they were connected by pastors. Pastors, stop headhunting. Let the Holy Spirit do his work. That is not your work. That is not part of your assignment. Unless you're telling me he called you to matchmake. Many marriages are failing in church because of being matchmaked by pastors. Let the Holy Spirit. Why are we limiting God? Now people are in their marriages and they are so stressed, they are so lonely, and they don't have anyone to encourage them. But they are in our circles. Pastor, how many people do you have on a group? And how many do you talk to all of them? You tell us to join your WhatsApp groups and other things. How many times do you talk to us on a personal level? You see how selfish we are all? Group admins in groups of schools and other things. How many times do you talk to the people in your group? Pastor, you have a big church. Thank you for fishing. It's really encouraging. But do you know what they all go through? Do you? Pastors choose who to talk to, the one who brings a big tithe, the one who sits at the front. The one behind is no big deal. They just say, weefubeeko, beera active mu church nkulabe. Lwaki wali omuleeta nga tali active? Who is going to encourage that man, that woman who doesn't drive? Who is going to encourage that man and woman who sometimes cannot even bring a tithe? On groups, those who can hang out, those who can pay the money and go and party, those who cannot, they're always silent on the groups. That is their life also. They sit in Kamori. They even fear to come out and say anything. Because ku group kuliko abanene abasobola okwogera. Ogenda okulaba abanene bye baleese. When you look at what abanene brings, who is going to encourage that girl, that woman who cannot afford food? Who cannot even afford to contribute to someone's mabugo? Who? Do you know that you're seated on groups and there are people who are struggling? They can't give birth. But they are married. And the man wants out. Pastor, when are you going to know all that? First of all, when I have seen people in their work, when the pastor is officiating the marriage, and he says, now you're two. 2 is a couple, 3 is a crowd. We've chased out the Holy Spirit out of marriages in an amazing way. Do you know that people carry the Holy Spirit? Do you know that there are people who are only happy after the wedding and the honeymoon? After that, the man is like, what did I see? The girl is like, why am I here? Do you know that the marriage broke up the day they came back from the honeymoon? Pastor, do you know that? Do you follow up the couples you wed? Or it's about getting married, wearing the white dress? Do you know how we've created the wrong covenants? People are not ready for marriage. It is not about the age. Age does not cook. Age does not respect anyone. And we are producing the wrong fruits. We have many kids who are coming from rotten homes. They were raised in a way that is so mesmerizing. I have moved with people and I look at their character and I'm like, that characteristic, apana. Nina abantu bensomyeko nabo. Nga ne bwankwana najirako foso ya sente sigenda. Bayina akamwa akabambaavu. Bakakono gamu. Tebagambwako. Working with someone is a problem. Nga ne bwakuba ekikalu ndabira ddala nga tanyumye kubanga empisa mmye. Ate naye ayina abaana. We've created the wrong covenants simply because kambuuze mu ggulu bagabayo ebirabo bw'oba ofumbiddwa. Why am I saying this? The marriages we are running into, all the weddings and all that, people are not ready. People are not prepared. People are going wrong with wrong partners. People are getting married because gundi mulungi, simanya mulungi. Beauty does not put food on the table. Beauty is not character. There's some people I look at nga bwayasama mpeta buwesi. I'm gonna sweetheart, just stay silent, please. There's some people I look at and I'm like, just stay silent, my dear. There are people who speak and I'm like, please stay silent. This is not healthy. Eriyo abantu abaleekaanira abantu. And I'm like, God, what on earth is this? Nga mugamba omanyi, nedda mukwano. Stay in your lane. Anti ennaku zino mutugamba stay in your lane. N'obuuza which one? Olaba bawala kwambala make-up na bukondo. Naye ekiri munda. The boys are crying. Olaba bavubuka kwesaanika. But what is inside? Girls are lonely in their marriages. And we love the pretentious lifestyle. Wano mu bifaananyi tobikuba n'ogamba eyo kapaganya naye nga munda. I look at some people and I'm like, you know what? Kulukuta n'ekintu kyo. The world says cohabit and get to know the person. Unfortunately, most of the people who cohabited and they are now married, it's been war. It's been war. Nengamba kati why cohabit when we are going in for war? You're all lonely, you're in a marriage, but you look single in there. Stay single. Unfortunately, you have children. And you have to live a pretentious lifestyle in front of your kids. For what? You know, when you give birth to kids, it stops being about you. It stops being about you and your husband. It's about the kids. We have a class in the evening. Please attend. Encouragement for lonely days. Sometimes you feel this smell. alone in the midst of a crowd of people. I've gone through it. Unfortunately, I've worked with people and they do things I don't like. I told you, let me be real and hit on the head of the nail. I didn't want to use the word, but let me use it. It has always felt alone. I'm a child who grew up when I don't talk much. I don't laugh much. I love doing my own things. The first thing my dad bought me when I was a baby, he bought a doll. My dad is one person who observes. I do observe. He gives me the doll. I was happy to see the doll. But Esther's mind was like, what is this? Esther removed the hands and the legs and the head. Tata looked at me and the doll and said, no more dolls. When Tata saw that, he's like, there is something inside I need to nurture. The things that followed on my birthday, I got a slide rule. You know a slide rule, what they used to use back in the day before calculators were bought? The next thing I see is a book. I still own those things. But before that small book, which had a girl playing basketball, that it had I Am Who I Am, he bought me a book that had, I want to look for a book, because when we moved in 2000 from the other side, where he grew up from, to the other side, near the mountain, he bought me a book and it had 366 things done all over the world. I love pictures. It was white in color. I want to buy that book again. I'm going to look for it. It was a huge book. And I read those things almost daily. And I would do things in a silent mode and you would not know. It's only COVID that has allowed you guys to know me more than you know. Daddy's sister asked me this year, and she's like, Esther, what happened? You know those kids that shock you. When Tata saw those things, he started nurturing things. For us at home, it is Tata. Even when he himself, when he was growing up, they called their father Tata. I guess it's a traditional thing. Kids that are raised in traditional homes back in the day, they called their father Tata. Even when they are speaking English, they call him Tata. So when I find parents whose kids are calling them Tata, I just know that's a traditional home. When you look at your child, what do you see? It's not about a boy and a girl. There is something deeper you need to harness. Deeper than just the chocolate. Deeper than just those cakes you buy kids at their birthdays. I told my friends I will not buy cakes for the kids because the cakes are being eaten by old people. The things I give out on birthdays, I have another one for the kids who are old enough to read. It's something I started from home. It's my dad. These are things they buy us. And I'm like, Mama, sit with your child. They are pictures. Kids love pictures. Look for something that captures the kid's mind. That kid is lonely. These are things that kept Esther, and she felt she's around. I've always felt lonely. But how do I survive the loneliness? because people will do things I don't like. There are very few people who have done things I love, that when I'm with them, even when we are on phone, I am very comfortable with them. In that I don't get tired of talking to them. Unfortunately, the season is dictating different things. There are people I've gotten attached to that do things I love, that when they talk, I don't want them to stop. Unfortunately, they're going through a hard time also, many of them. Some have families. And the time is, because of the time difference, it's been hard. Because they don't have my time the way it used to be. Because the season we are in is for family time. So how do I get out of that loneliness? Come, I help you if you like me. For you, you have your husband, you have your children, you have your friends, your business partner. You have your mother, you have your father. You might have all that, but when it's still empty inside, I know. Trust me, I know. I see people who are empty and lonely. I see them the way they behave. The things they write, the way they behave, they are very lonely. But they have no choice but to stick in there and fake it. They say you fake it until you make it. I will not fake it. I will not fake it. I'm not going to die. I will not fake it. I will go to the throne and tell him, Lord, I'm lonely. Here I am. I don't live a pretentious lifestyle. It's not taking me anywhere. A pretentious lifestyle destroys. A pretentious lifestyle can kill you. Because you're trying to be like somebody. I've seen people faking things and trying to be like somebody else. Don't copy. Get the idea. Let it fit in your own lifestyle. If you cannot afford a wig, don't go for the wig. Just comb your hair. Learn to love your skin. Learn to love to sit inside there and enjoy yourself. Don't pretend to fit in. When Esther tries to fit in, that is disastrous. It has always ended up in a disaster. So I don't fit in. When I learned that, I'm very happy. I don't fit in. And my friends have shown me that I don't fit. There is you knowing it and you're like, yeah, I've always known it. The season came with my friends showing me that, Esther, stay in your lane. This is me in my lane. Unfortunately, you came in my lane. Invading privacy is not good. When you do, that is beating the drum. Careful who you're beating. You might have been used to the privacy of your own room. Trust me. This time round, I will not deny nothing. I love the privacy. You see, I put up photos, but you're not going to see most of my photos. I actually deleted most of my photos because my account became so open. And the enemy is using our photos to get to us. And I want parents who are putting their kids up. When you put your child up in this season, make sure you pray more than ever before. Your child needs a cover. Unfortunately, you yourself, you don't have a cover. Then I don't know what your child is doing up there. Because technology is saying your child needs a following and they pay you. I know. Basically, you don't have any God-given idea apart from putting things on the internet and creating a business which is about exposing your children, your husband, your wife, when you don't have a cover so that Facebook can pay you. That is how technology has reduced us to people who don't work. Technology has reduced us to a level of being useless. I just put there my photo and you find 10,000 likes. Just a photo dressed in what? Sometimes it's a bikini. When all your stretch marks are out there. Your boobs tezikyali za mutima gwa mbogo. As in, I look and I'm like, okay. There's that picture I don't understand. Osanga ku Instagram ng'omwana yatadde ekifaananyi ng'ali bute. Nga kiriko 6,000 likes. N'akola video. Now it's about the money. We are gonna do anything to get the money. Loneliness ebali bubi. Kubanga omuntu ali busy alina byakola, waliwo obudde bw'otalina. Mwafuuka ba entertainer mwenna. Because basically TikTok is entertainment. WhatsApp status wagikyusa yafuuka entertainment. You want people to follow you around. Follow you to where? Temutwala mu geyeena. But suddenly have to share a word with others. You find that even though you are among people, you still feel isolated. This kind of loneliness is experienced by everyone who is separated from a familiar environment, and it is accentuated when the new surroundings are unsympathetic. When I was in Uganda, I badly wanted to change environment. When I came here, you see, before, you people write things and I laugh and I'm like, did you put into consideration that there are people whose environment has been dictated by others? But because you don't know the story and you don't know where it comes from, you just write because you want to write. When you haven't gone through something, please stay away from writing. Thank you for motivating us. You don't know what people are struggling with. You just see people laughing there and you're like, yeah, they got it together. My dear, people don't have it together in any way. People are broken. People are torn apart. People are struggling. But because we live a lifestyle of fake it until you make it, the devil is eating them in there. There are people who want out in their marriages. They want out. They don't care. They want out. People have given up. I saw a guy who burnt himself. He said, fuel prices are pan. What am I going to feed my children with and my wife? He gets his border board. Goes and buys petrol. Instead of putting in a border to continue and try and work and believe God. Because he has no one to encourage him. His friends are just looking at him. He has no one to speak life into the environment. The government of Uganda has no power over what is going on. Your leaders who hate Museveni are confusing the whole thing. Everywhere, everyone is struggling. Leaders. We need someone to encourage us. We don't need someone who is making others look bad. The season is bad. See how you work together as a team and see how you help the nation. The president of Uganda has no authority over the power of fuel. The US is struggling with the fuel too. They have no power over the prices. When the dollar is bad, Africa struggles. Leaders. Unfortunately, we don't have leaders. Get something encouraging. Don't blame it on anyone. Stop being noisy makers. Add value. Show us what you can bring on the table. 2026 is coming. People are struggling on your business saying, I'm so what? Fathers are giving up and are killing themselves and leaving children. Do you know how those kids who lost their dad, I think on the 7th of August, do you know the picture the dad left behind? Is that man not having friends? You think it's any different from the people seated on WhatsApp groups? What are we doing in people's lives in such a bad season? People are struggling so bad in your community. But you cannot open your gate and say, Kantambuleko kuchalo ndabe abantu abali kuchalo. You just get out of your gate, drive your car, put your windows up. That money you're using to buy a wig every week, use it to feed someone, your neighbor. Do something good. Visit that woman near your gate. Go kubenfufu buli lunako. Check on one another on your groups. People don't have food. You think it's Kalamoja dying. The very person you're seated with on the group that you're giving your business to come and support you is the very person who is dying. People don't have medication. They don't have a solution to the problem. But you're a qualified doctor, a qualified engineer, a qualified accountant. So what? What is your education helping us with? You're a pastor, so? Shepherds, we need to change. The word you're preaching to these people who are hurting, it is just a word that like the situation has gone overboard. I know you're telling Esther, you will be fine. How? There is a process for Esther to be fine. Esther is hungry. Don't come and preach to Esther when you don't put action in the word. Encourage someone with action. God is using us. I am the temple. God is not going to come down when you are there. He had to come down and enter the body of Christ. And Mary gave birth to a baby. Why do you think God allowed that? He wanted to create a relationship. Because man understands man, he does not understand God. That's why we are struggling so bad. And the devil is also fighting for Esther's temple. You are a leader. You are a CEO. You are a manager. So what? We have supported you to a level of putting in a position where you can sit and feed people. What are you doing? Where you are, it's not about you. Someone put a bag for you. But because you fought with the person who started the foundation, careful with foundations. We all have a class of foundation. You're not self-made. There is a woman, there is a man who had the idea first and held your hand. My coming to the US, God used people. Unfortunately, they took God's place because they helped me thinking I can compromise and they get what they want. I, Esther Solomon, I don't compromise. I was told they helped me, so I am selfish. So they want me to break the law for their sake. They want me to compromise my Jesus for their sake. That's why I also said they can stay with the documents. I will not come. I'll not do what they want. I did that in 2015 in May. Yet I knew very well I don't have a job. I am sick. My parents are sick. They're not working. I knew we were struggling with things at home and I stood my ground and I said, let them have it. It has my photo. It has my names. You can never scrap that out. You can play with other people's documents, not mine. I stood my ground. Ugandans, stop being a devil's agent. And if you know Christ, careful when you're planting wrong seeds. You're not the first one to help people. My lineage, it's a legacy. People who don't remember at all. People you see in the nations that are big and attached to me. It started with my great-grandparents. With Esther, it is a legacy. A legacy is a lifestyle, it's not a business. Us encouraging people, it's a lifestyle. We've taken in people who are forgotten by their own family members. 2009, I was the only breadwinner in the house. 500,000 Ugandan shillings. How many dollars are those? Because 100 is 300 and 3,500. Now add 200,000. $30 is 100K. $60 is 200. So 100 plus 60, that's 160. And you get 500,000 Ugandan shillings. Taking care of people, not only my dad and my 3 siblings, because we're supposed to be 6. 4 children, 1 boy, 3 girls, and 2 adults. I've never complained about wearing my dad's shoes. Never. I've done it with a lot of love. You can ask them. Paid people's fees. I started paying people's fees at the university. Using the $100 we were being given. Government was giving us if you're on government scholarships. When are you going to learn something good from someone? Why are we learning only the bird? Motivational speakers, when are you going to teach us how to love, how to give? Our inspirational speakers. But you want us to love you, right? To support your business. I can see. Because I have to go and link in the bio and get your full video. And watch it, mazima dala, you love, and that's where I love you. When are you going to give back? When are you going to check out these people and what they're going through? Are you sure they even have data? Esther's life is interesting. I don't give up. I have instructions. I have assignments. And if I don't do, I lose. Since I hate losing, I've always worked my way to the top. I hate losing, no matter what. Even when I lose, I rise up back. You have no idea. You see my face? I was disfigured. You don't know the energy I use to talk. Because if I don't use it, you won't hear me speak. You're going to hear wrong words throughout. That is how you got the word wawero. I still struggle with certain vowels. There are times the jaw drops. When the blood pressure is up, it drops like this. And it takes me back and I speak like a child. You have no idea how this side is paining me. Just to talk. I hated laughing. Unfortunately, it is the only thing I can do. Talk and laugh. Then the face gets back to normal. But talk what? Because the doctor said they have no solution. And if we go into grafting, do you know how much it is to graft? You don't. I've worked with pain. But how will you know when you haven't asked? You just see someone typing on group. You don't know. You have no idea. So when you're opening your mouth in society, ask the Lord, the public wing I've come to, who is there? I've written several times, like 3 times, the message of selfishness. Gwe kasitaka business ko kayita. Unfortunately, it's us to support your business. Your YouTube channel did not grow legs. God used people. But do you know those people? Do you know what they're struggling with? Do you know what they're going through? You just say, like, share, tag, tell someone to tell someone. Did you buy them data? Do you know what they are going through, Pastor? Leaders, apostles, prophets, teachers, group admin. Lately being a group admin, why? I can remove you. I can lock you outside. Period. Katina chocha nago gwafuka mulimu just being a group admin. I determine who writes. I determine who sits on that group. I can remove you, my friend. I created groups and I made people group admin. I don't like dictators. You're all a group admin. You can send anything you want. You can add anyone. Why did I do that? Phones get lost. And there are people who still love their groups. And I'm like, you're all entitled. You can add it, remove, do whatever you want. That is me for you. When the season came, people took away my rights as a group admin and closed me outside. Some removed me off the groups. I added them too and made them group admin. Not joke. Nga mulaba ali ya struggling ne ka business. Nengamba no, Charlie wange takola. Let me add them somewhere. Let me take them where they're on ground. Let me connect them to someone. My life is networking. That is how I encourage people. And I make a call. Nemgamba kankubire gundi berao. Toina mbi good. Hello? Jevale kosebo. Obadde ogamba otya? Oli bulungi? Nange gye ndi bulungi. Kati nze gwe mbadde ngamba. I don't call that very day. Esther keeps in the loop, checking on people. It's a lifestyle. Esther, you think when you forward things you're checking on us? No, you created a get. You don't want to talk to me. Now, whatever you see in your box, that is God's work. That is not Esther. Before COVID, I was the best of the best, sweetheart. You even call me in the middle of the night when everyone is sleeping in the house. And you send me things and we laugh. I've done that with people, men and women. When COVID came, I became a problem. I sent things, people removed the blue tick, now they have gray. Some have never checked the messages. Unfortunately, the things they don't check is where God is seated and has the solution. They see things in the newspapers and I'm like, do you know that it happened before it was put in the newspapers? And I'm like, do you know that I warned you? And I'm like, don't worry, I did my part. Your part is to read and help your families. It is that simple. Facebook said, like, share, tag. Then it says comment. Why do you have those buttons there? You think they're for games? Some of you locked yourself inside and you want to be taken out of the COVID season. You want the lockdown to be lifted when you're already locked inside. You have a business and you're telling us to come and support your things. I've always told people, Banange, you have a business, but you are locked in. On my side, you are locked in. I would even take screenshots. I know how they do the lock-in. Or you don't know how to operate technology. You're supposed to make it public. Make that post public if it's a business. Change the account. Have your personal account. Have an account for business. I thought Masoma, Mina PhD ne Masters. This kind of loneliness is experienced by everyone. A young person leaving home for college or an elderly person moving into a home for the aged might feel very lonely and vulnerable. The vulnerable part came in because I was sick. But I've always lived a lonely lifestyle. I love doing things my way. When visitors come, after saying hello, I keep quiet. Those who have stayed with me know that. When Jerry Bartlett prayed for me in 2016, the Lord started a journey of deliverance, and people misunderstood that. I fell on messages and someone was telling their family members how I talk a lot. My own family commented. They were like, that girl is talking a lot. What? My sister calls me and tells me, Esther, you have a problem. But because I had not told anyone about my deliverance, how they prayed for me, and my grandmother was told to leave my body, because they had never met me. I told you, you've not met me. You only walked with my grandmother who did a soul invasion when she gave me her names. I am a very sensitive person. When I hear people say, Gundi ngafanana gundi. Because I've gone through deliverance, I know what it means. I started following certain words. I don't ignore things, however small they are. Because they either have a message that is going to destroy me, or they have a message that is going to deliver me. So I follow. Omzungu yagoba omuzimu omuganda. Doti Joko. The talking you complained about came because I went through deliverance. Before you complain about someone, find out what are they going through. They don't stay with you. You also have things that people can't put up with. But they've loved you anyway. Before you come out to complain about people to write the way you want, use funny quotes which don't even have the word of God, understand the environment you're operating in. The environment is determined by air, water, and earth. If these three are polluted, you cannot stay in such an environment. I hate a polluted environment. Even before I went to do environmental engineering and management, when the government gave me that course, my lovely was saying that, Esther, let's change it and you do building economics. I told him, no, Tata has no money to pay for my tuition. I got it on government. Let's go with that. Little did I know that it's God who had chose the course for me. I use everything I've gone through to help other people. Everything was a training. If your education is not a training, I am sorry for you not asking the Holy Spirit what you're doing. We have a class later. I want to help you and your children so that you start raising a woman and a man of purpose. Ask yourself, why is that person so sensitive? Why are they vulnerable? You don't stay with the person. Unfortunately, our motivational speakers are not teaching us how to love people, how to give people, how to encourage people. They're motivating us for us to pay for their classes, and they become rich. Then ne bakibuzabuza mbu batuyamba. No, you're not helping us. You're not going to make us pay money when people are seated on groups nga tebayina mmere. If your friends can pay, please go ahead. I, Esther Solomon, I will not pay. Whatever you're teaching us, I know. The season we are in, don't take advantage of the season. Encourage someone. Brand ambassadors, you get a lot of money. Or why you just get things in material stuff. Those contracts you're signing, can you share some money with someone on the group who is struggling? To all brand ambassadors out there, those who know the Lord and those who don't know the Lord, I think you did not study branding very well. The class of identity and branding is coming back. Unfortunately, you're wearing the wrong brands. The devil altered your identity. You have branded the devil in an amazing way, all in the name of adding value to yourself. I hear creating avenue for money. Unfortunately, because now batugwamu ntitubategedde, now they are using products. If you're branding anything that comes outside Uganda, thank you for carrying the devil into the nation. The president has fought things. But because we don't love development, we fight everything he brings because you're tired of him. Unfortunately, you're giving the devil a seat in an amazing way. the day you wake up, you're also going to become a president one day. Trust me, we are going to see you. I cannot wait. I am waiting for 2026. I wish it can come tomorrow. And I see the next lot of leaders who are making noise now and blaming it on others. I cannot wait. Because when I look at you, there is no leader inside you. We just have dictators all over the world. I want to see you when you're the one nga gwa kutenkasi. Naye jjukira buli agala okutuula ku ya Museveni. Enkasi nze njirina. Bw'oba ojagala jangu. Bw'oba tomanyi kusaba ogenda tuwulira. It's a nation at the crossroad. Gituuleko. Babakolera eyo ebintu ne babanaaza ebidagaladagala mbu muwangule. Naawe oli mubbi. Come out clean nga togenze mu ddogo. Museveni bw'ababba gwe lwaki ogenda mu ddogo. Naawe come out clean nkulabe. Njagala oyimirire nga tolina gwe weesigamyeko. Mugende ne babanaaza babakolako emikolo. Entebe ya Uganda teri mukolo gugenda gisobola. Watch and see. Teri mukolo. If you know you're a watchman, it is time to wake up. The fivefold ministry is enough of making yourselves rich and collecting people who are just dying in your environment. We are not going to give the Uganda into hands of people who are not ready, who are not prepared, who don't know what it means to stand with people. But they can talk. I don't want talkers. I don't want noisemakers. I want men and women who can walk. I want to see your hands and your feet. I want to see your head and your heart. I want to see your whole body. I don't want to see your mouth. It has polluted the environment. Wear the mask. You're releasing poison in COVID-19. I hear we are training leaders. Which one? Who is training who? Even the one training the leaders, I look and I'm like, yoga lifestyle. Preach, preacher! Namutunuulira gwe batugamba preach, preacher nogamba. Your lifestyle, you who is training the leaders, is just mesmerizing. Tuli bubi maana. The lifestyle of leaders, those who are training leaders, is mesmerizing. I want all those leaders and those who are training leaders to come out and you tell me, who have you helped in the season when the money is yours and you've not collected it from other people? I want some accountability here. I want you to give me the amount, your own money, and you put it on the side. Then you give me the money that you've collected from other people. I want you to separate the two. And you put here, personal. This came from people. And you give me the percentage and we see. I want it. If your money came from the internet, link in the bio, share, also include it there because it's not yours. Your content creator. Put the money from your content. What content is it yours? Are you sure? You copied things and flipped them. I want something you've created on your own. And you do not copy it from anywhere. Because we have a machine. We can put in those words and they'll show us the original. Careful out there. You copy things in Luganda and you change it to German, right? And those who don't know German just laugh and they're like, even nanga kapia, what teri kapia? Togenda ng'ogamba abantu nti kapya tekaliyo. Baakogera dda mmene yazeegu. Bayibuli si yo. Bayibuli si yange. But they make us, some preachers make us look so useless. Preach, preacher! Preach, preacher! Ekifaananyi kye wataddeko. Nalabye wataddeko scripture wagijje mu Bible. Ate n'oteekako n'erinnya lyo. You did not add anything to the scripture. So it is not yours. That is plagiarism. The secret of overcoming loneliness lies in knowing that the living Christ is with you at all times. But that is going to take the grace of God. Otherwise, people wouldn't be killing themselves. We are not being trained to live a lonely lifestyle. You said isolation is bad. I had all your teachings. That is why when some of you get lonely, you can die. I saw you teaching us those things and I'm like, please don't teach us those things when you are the cause of people's loneliness. You are the cause. Please don't teach us to stay here. Teach us, prepare us. In case it comes. Because while people are giving up and they are killing themselves, we are not prepared. We were not prepared for such a season. A lonely season is hard. What COVID came with was loneliness, isolation. Then for us, we took it to another level. Oya ina COVID mumwegendereze. How sure are you that I have COVID when you don't have evidence? It was a testimony and it turned into a curse. Ugandans, you're going to learn how to use technology the right way. I told you never share anything without evidence. Test the spirit. I sent the message in February before things went out to be burned. Those were God's warnings. But because you don't respect one another, you don't even know how God speaks, you just read the Bible, we have fallen victims in an amazing way. So I stay away from people. I did, and it's been hard. One thing I had to do was to know who sent me to the US, was to know who I am. There is someone who will not do that. We are all not strong. People are very weak. People are weak. I heard everyone giving a testimony, those who got COVID. And they said one thing that hit them hard was the isolation part. They felt lonely. I saw pastors talking, different people who got COVID and they survived it. I laughed. I don't want to lie to you. I laughed at all of you. I laughed at all of you. Because my life here, several times I've asked people to help me and take me to hospital when I can't go. And they say they are coming. And they make me wait for a full hour. And they don't appear. There was a time I could not even walk. I had to stand and tell my body, Esther, you will go. I went and I got the bus. My phone had stopped charging. That day, I'll never forget that day. That was last month. My phone stopped charging out of the blue. I could not walk. I crawled from downstairs upwards. I had to go get a good thing my housemate had orange juice. I drank orange juice as if I packed juice. I waited for people for a full hour. They never turned up. After that 1 hour, I got up and I walked. Went and got the bus. My legs were fumbling. I was shaking. It is easy to tell someone that you have Christ. Trust me, there are pastors who have been torn apart and they even forget that they have Christ they teach when they can't even read the Bible. It takes the grace of God. You have no... I want you to teach things very same. You just sit there at the pulpit no gamba, "Ye guma, yes byonna bisobola, my friend." You have no idea. For someone to lift their faith to that level ng'akubiddwa. Because this season I needed to be with my family. I needed to be with my friends, which I cannot do. I remember in November last year, I was supposed to be with my family, my blood family, which is here. But I never got the call because I was supposed to wait for... Here you ask for permission to be with your family, to visit. I've learned stuff the hard way in the United States of America. I no longer assume that I'm somebody's family member. In Kampala, I'll just come. I'll come unannounced. And you open the door, you have no choice. Even with friends, you have to make an appointment. Now, my dear, these problems we are having that COVID never made an appointment. I said, Esther, sit put. You have COVID, as they said. I told the person when they were telling me that I have COVID, I said, are you sure? We are going to call the store and they close it. I'm like, and you tell them that I have COVID. Hearsays are going to kill us. I've never gone for vacation ever since 2020 came. I can't. People have been hungry. They don't have food. All the money I've worked in COVID-19 has gone to feed people in Uganda. All of it. My friends, my OBs and OGs, my family members. Your motivational speaker is saying, atayinza kuyamba nsi yonna. The Jesus I serve can use one person to feed a nation. I've done it. And I'll continue doing it. You can feed your small family. I pray when you have a problem, you have an account with God where he can go and use what you gave him. You who is motivating us, you don't help your family members. And Esther comes out. Then you call yourself big in the nation. You call yourself a leader. Corporates. Okay. When you have children who are calling you uncle, auntie, Georgia, and you don't do nothing. To all those in inheritance, you have a special class. This week, you're going to tell me where you studied inheritance from. I want you to fight for anyone's land when I can see what you've added on that land. That land has children, has mothers, has fathers. You're going to tell me why you love to invest where you never put nothing. Or profit where you never invested. I look at you guys and I'm like, It is easy to tell someone that Christ, but do you know what it takes the heart to accept that and believe it, that it will work? Your army uniforms are lacking things. We are not taught how to wear the army uniform right. But we are taught how to make the money. Money is a visitor. No one knew that Uganda would be locked down. Uganda, you were the first one to be locked down. The last one. But we have struggled in our, I don't understand. Okay, now I gave you the lockdown also, but... Because I told you and you never listened. The president of Uganda did not give you the lockdown. I offered them. I just laugh whenever you see it when he's talking to you guys in the presidential speech. And you come out when you've learned nothing and you've not understood anything. I laugh my head off. It happened in 2020. And you paid the price. You failed the exams. And I warned you when this year was starting. It's one of the years where there is plenty. Unfortunately, yours looks like a drought. The Lord has used different avenues to talk to Uganda, but you don't listen. The other nations have no choice but to fall in place. We are the pearl of Africa. And everything is evolving on us right now. And if we don't wake up, God is going to choose another country. Watch and see. I want you to sit with your families and find out why you are the pearl of Africa. Go get this book and help yourself. There is nothing. Nothing. If the leaders can wake up, we are going to fly. But if the leaders are still sleeping, watch and make sure I don't blink. The secret of overcoming loneliness lies in knowing that the living Christ is with you at all times. When I was thrown off groups, when people said all the rude words, it was so hard I cried. Some of you saw me crying in my classes. I would just burst out and cry and I'm like, Lord, what is this? Why can't people see? Then I'm like, okay, Esther, they failed to see for now, but we need to work on you. I cried, and when the man who ignited the fire of salvation in my dad's heart, my dad told me he's not the one who preached to him. But all along we thought it was Tata Chwanka that preached to my dad. When I talked to Daddy, he said no. When I joined Namasagali, I already knew Christ, but it was silent. What Tata Chwanka did was to ignite a fire. You know, you have those friends that ignite fires. When he died on the 13th of November, and November is my birth month. Careful with your month of birth. You don't celebrate that, your destiny is held there. Come back in the class later. We have a special class. Your pastors are not teaching you. Your motivational speakers are not doing it. They're just teaching you how to make money, how to survive. I don't like a life of surviving. I want to strive. I want someone to teach me to aim for my destiny. Because even my destiny helpers are just thieves. They are sitting on my things. Now I want to pass my destiny helpers. They will find me there. If you know that you have anything of mine, careful. The violent take it by force. The devil has sat on me for so long. When it is your turn, I am gonna punch the devil. Now if you carry the devil, just get out of my way. Ask yourself, who am I carrying? You don't carry only you. You carry the devil in your hearts. The devil hates progress. The devil hates people who are happy. The devil is going to do anything to take away your happiness and you feel lonely. That's what he wants. So that when you feel lonely, you're going to do things that make him happy. That is why lonely people find solace in a bottle. They find solace in sleeping around. They find solace in misiaga. They find solace in undressing. Because they don't know where to go. And the people who are supposed to show them where to go cannot stand with them until they are off. I have seen very few people who can stand with people until the person is back on their feet. We wouldn't be having mental issues if people can stand with us until when we are well. There are people God has called to stand with us. You don't need money to stand with someone struggling with loneliness or any disease. All the person wants to hear, how are you, Esther? How was your day? Brings a joke and you laugh about it. When you laugh, your heart releases the stress. We've done this with my parents. I know. I am not talking about things I've not done. And it comes from my great-grandparents. We beefed it with Christ. After I give you that money when you don't have food, I pray about it. If I don't have that money, I stick in there, I call you all the time. And I'm like, hello. Olyotya munange. Bwakedde. Kati tuli kuki tusabire ki? I thought people are learning something, unfortunately. You cannot keep giving excuses when people are dying. Kati wemmala nenfiira wano. Omwana munange yafudde high blood pressure. Nedda omwana oyo yali akyamba kuluba ab'ebizimba ne bafubutuka buli omu n'afubutukayo. Anti munange isolesono zimanyi omwana kyamuyitirireko n'eteekamu amagawa. Yagwetaddemu nga muliwa. Anti bwe tufa you bring out ebyatusse. Nze nasembye okwogera naye kale luli nayogera naye kale mwannaatu. So what? Weyogera naye so what? Nze mumanyi twasomako nawe, nze mumanyi twakolako fena. Oyo nno jjajja wange nze temuzanyirako, jjajja ogenze nnyo. Okaaba tukole tutya? Olaga abantu nti omanyi nnyo, so what? Ate kati mmwe abaalokoka. I don't even know why you gave your lives to Christ. Cause your character. I don't know why you even know Jesus. I sit these ends in a neewuunya maana. There are people bagamba nze sobola kulokoka. Oh, ffe tuganira emeseza n'abantu okulokoka. Ndeka. Mulokole mukodo, mulokole tagaba, mulokole asabiriza. Mulokole mubbi. I told you before you get out of your father's house, for us outside who don't know you to say Wululex. Hey, Esther Solombe wafe. Yeah. I want my father's house to first put the hands up and say, yeah. Because in COVID-19, those are the people who have no choice but to make sure they encourage me. Waliwo yangamba nangamba genda mu family yo. I could not believe that that person can tell me that. I was like, what did you say? You know when you're stressed, please, careful with the words you bring out. Especially my friends who know my personal life. We are all stressed. But I don't throw my stress around. Let's have some compassion. Especially if you know the word of God. God has, I want you to ask the Lord why you meet people. Sometimes your own family has no solution. I've stood with most of you when your family members don't have the solution and I have the solution. And I will still give the solution. I'll never sit on it. Never. I am not like your family members. I'm not like your friends who are just making sure that they take everything you have when they're adding nothing onto you. When your friends are done with you, I will wait here. When they throw you out, my hands are open. Nkulinze eno. I know they will. When you have problems, they don't have a solution. They'll say they all have problems. I'll put my hands. I've done that for years. I don't tire. You don't know me. Because the Bible I read asks us to stand in the gap for one another. Because that is how Christ is revealed. Constantly affirm his presence in your heart and your spirit. Some people cannot do that. They need someone to push. Why do you think we have a ladder? God has brought certain people and their ladders in your life. But for you, just step on them and get to where you want to go. I have put my back several times. Even when people don't remember. Do you know why? It's God's work. That's why I don't tire. I was called for that. But because you're not called, it's not your purpose. Esther Yegula. It's because we don't come from the same lineage. We don't. God created us different. I'm called Esther, Solomon, Nachimera. Esther, the Esther in the Bible. My mother gave me that name because she was reading that book of Esther when she was pregnant with me. She read it so much. But there is a message that came for their firstborn. And in 2020, in April, the Lord told me to tell them what it meant. The person who brought the message died long time ago. Why is the Lord telling me to tell them? Because they had altered it. Because they did not understand it well. Come back in the class in the evening and I tell you how our parents have altered certain things in our lives. They changed your destiny and your purpose. But I thank God, my dad is a very sensitive man. He's the head of the house. When the Lord told him that your firstborn is a leader, he told his wife, they gave me a scripture for leaders. And they started a journey of nurturing me. And they connected me to men and women who can help birth what is inside. I'm still under training. Till when, I don't know. That is God's part. That ain't mine. Mine is to learn and be prepared for what's coming my way. The Lord has used each one of you to raise a general inside me who was almost dying. Thank you for being my friends. Thank you to all my family members. You know, family is not about blood. Wherever Esther goes, she makes a family. Marriage and family are different. That's what I told you. I told you, why is it that when you go to school, they say, feel at home. At church, they say the same thing. At work, they say the same thing. Do you know why? Even when you add people in the group, there is a way they welcome you. And they want you to feel at home. Because it's only at home where you're comfortable. At home, we are like children. That is a family. But the marriage, the other family of blood, it's supposed to start with marriage. Unfortunately, we altered it. That is why we have many people struggling in their lives, because a covenant was altered. And that's what the devil wants, because he loves destroying foundations. Because when your foundation is destroyed, you don't have legs. The class of foundation will come, don't worry. In 2020, I used to request pastors to teach us these things. The Lord would give me assignments, and because I fear people, and I'm like, they have a big following. When they speak, people will listen. Pastors will just pass the messages. And I'm like, okay, now Esther, SOLOME, the assignment is yours. Stop giving assignments to people. Those assignments are yours. I'm like, but I'm not known. I don't have anything. How will they even follow me around? And what I've gone through because of giving out my work? Ew. When Tata Chwanka died in November on the 13th, the Lord cut me off. My internet went down. The Lord said, I want to use you higher, but I can't walk with you when you're crying. Thank you for crying, but enough. There are 40 days for grieving. I cannot use you like that. And we started a journey. It was rigorous in silence. The silence you saw in 2021, the Lord was working on my heart. Because when a heart is hit, you can't do anything. It is just bleeding. I was just sleeping the whole time. I could not even read my Bible, don't joke around. I was just sleeping. I would turn on my phone, watch the things I watched. Sometimes I don't even share. Like, everything felt useless. I was just sleeping. Now November comes. Ha! November comes. I remember I was coming from work and I'm like, Esther, November is here. Because I know what my birthday means. I was born on 1st November. It's All Saints Day. And I was the first baby in Zambia. I saw it in the book where they write our names. I had gone to get my short birth certificate because I was changing my passport. They had written my name with my birth certificate had a single N. And because, I got my certificate when we were still paying 200 shillings. That's when I got, remember, I went to Savagabo. Then from Savagabo, because I was born in Zambia, then I went to, behind CPS, that building, I forget the name, where the Attorney General sits. By then, that's where the certificates were getting them from. And it was 200 shillings, Ugandan shillings. Now they wrote my name wrong. And my passport had double N. And I was like, the process of getting a new passport is too way big. Let me go to the process of making a birth certificate. But how will you understand how to do all that right? And I was supposed to do all that in the shortest time possible because I had to go to Nairobi in March. I had to work on that before I go to Nairobi. I prepared myself. I was ready. I was sick at the same time because the facial paralysis came in Feb. And in March, I had to go to the embassy in Nairobi. And I didn't have money. I had to raise my faith where I didn't know how I did it. I remember the young man, Dr. Isaac Chituka, sent me to help, found me at the clinic. I was on a drip. He asked the Lord, what do I take this sister? Because he didn't know who I am. They gave him my number and he called. And when he called me, I was at the health center it is Cherry Health Center. It is, the doctor is called Dr. Mwanga. He's the doctor, the main doctor in Mulago Grade B. Those are doctors that are taking care of my parents in case I can't afford money to pay. It is Dr. Twahad, Dr. Mwanga, and Dr. Fahad. So the young man finds me on a drip. I remember when I got a facial paralysis, I sat with Dr. Mwanga. He told my mom to stop getting medication to go to Pastor Tomba Msaviri. Then when I went there to talk to him, when he saw me with a facial paralysis, he said, Esther, do you know that you're not sick? I looked at him. He told me, Esther. He's like, now I'm talking to you as my young sister. I'm like, okay. They love joking with us all the time. Then he's like, Esther, you're going through a lot. You don't need a man who has problems. He's like, Esther, all you need right now is someone to love you. You need someone to pamper you. I looked at the doctor like this. He's like, Esther, what you're going through right now, you just need someone to sit there and they hug you. And they tell you you're beautiful. You need someone to take you out in an environment that has no problems. You need a man who is mature enough to put on hold his problems for you. He said, this is a man talking to me. He's like, Esther, bikuluma bingi. Naye waliwo ebimu nga tebyetaaga ddagala. Nga byetaaga just someone to love on you. To appreciate you. Because wogende wa tata wo, mama wa inezi. Mama, tata wa inezi. Esther, wetaaga yo omusajja anakwagala. Atuseemu ng'enjogera n'okuzina. I just laughed and at that time I was dating someone. I was in a relationship with someone whom I told that I got a facial paralysis, and he said, ebyo byebiki. The person never bothered to come and even see me. Actually, that is one thing that ended the relationship. I did not say I've ended it, I just kept quiet. I went into a mode. I am the type. Silence solves my issues. I kept quiet. I did not even tell the person that I was coming here. Now this other younger man comes. He finds me vulnerable. He told me that he asked the Lord, what can he bring someone he doesn't know who is sick? Because Dr. Isaac told him. He was sent to be helped. But he found a young girl who is sick. And the help he came to get turned out to be a relationship. Girls, be careful when you're vulnerable. I opened a door. I closed the door without telling the other person, and I opened another one. But how did I open it? This person came close. He knew how to pray. He knew how to say things I want to hear with my disfigured face. He walked for me. He didn't have money. He would walk. It is me who would give him the money. I wasn't working. People contributed to my coming to the US. But before all that, he finds me at the clinic. He comes with this book. He asks the Lord what to bring me. He comes with this book. I've sent out this book to very many people, but people don't read. Derek Prince on experiencing God's power. 9 books in one. I bought this here when I came. I was introduced to this book in 2016. The Lord told him to tell me to read God's medicine bottle. There are 9 books in one. And the Lord told him to bring me Splash. He pushed me. I had never seen a guy whom I don't have to beg. Men, you want to be loved. You want people to love you. You want to feel loved. Men, you don't know how to love. The Bible tells men to love their wives as Christ loved the church. But someone does not start as a wife. Someone starts as a girlfriend. Mothers, let me leave the men now. Mothers, teach your children how to love the right way. And if, mama, you're going through a time whereby you're pushing your man to love you, you're trying to be nice for that man to love you, you're not supposed to try. That man has to know what to do. Men are supposed to love us, to protect us, to provide for us. It is their role. Men, if you don't have money, there are other things you can do. For someone you love, you say that you love. And before you become someone's girlfriend or spouse or wife or husband, you start as a friend. You build a foundation that will come into the foundation part of it. When you love someone, they don't need to beg you. Even if it's just a friend. Because from being a friend, a relationship is created. I happen to come from a family that has more men than women. My biggest number of friends are men because of the schools I've been to. I went to mixed schools. And my class has always had more men than girls. The course I did at the university, we were 25 and we were only 3 girls. When I went to do my master's, we were 4 girls. We were 9. 1 dropped out. We stayed 3. The other 2 were working. I used not to work. And they were married. I was the only one who wasn't married on the team. So kind of single people have a lot of time, I guess. This person comes with this book. He pushes me from the clinic to home. And we sit. And he asked me, do you have money? He introduced himself, then asked me if I had money. He asked me about my process of coming. Because he was coming in October, I was coming in, my number was above his. So, he asked me if I had money. I told him I don't. He's like, what do you mean you don't? And in March you're going to Nairobi. I told him I don't. And that time I didn't have. I told him, my God will supply. He made a statement. Sister, ebintu byo bya faith nnyo. I looked at him with my bad face. Then I looked down. He gives me the book. I started reading. It wasn't easy. Because even looking was a problem. He would come once in a while at home. Then I directed him where I stay. He would come home, we talk. When I started chasing my things before going to Nairobi, because I realized, I looked at my passport, I looked at my birth certificate, I prepared myself that omzungu taina we yekwasiza. I got scared about my face. But I told God, take care of that. Because I cannot hide what I am. This is my passport. When this fades, I've seen people who have gone through acid cases. Those people, if you don't love them so much, it's hard for them to believe that God is there. Because they'll be like, where was God when this happened? Trust me, when this happened again for the 3rd time, I remember I was sleeping in the house and I was alone. My housemate was in the UK. I felt someone pulling my jaw. I woke up in the morning and I felt someone pulling my jaw. I tried to pull it back. I was awake. I wasn't sleeping. I got my phone. I called Mama. Mama is my 911. What's your emergency? Right now, she's one person I would call. And she won't give an excuse but pick my calls. Because at the end of the day, If I'm not well, she's the one in trouble. Not my friends. When we die, our friends move on. There is someone who died recently, and people cried and everything. They've just buried someone, I think. It's not yet even 2 weeks. People back to business as usual. They are having fun. I looked and I'm like, wow, death is indeed death. I called Mama and she told me, I told her, because she knows what has been going on. She's my mother. She tells me, get up. Because when you're going through a season, it's not that I don't know that I need to get up and dress up and go to the clinic. At that time, everything was heat. I wanted to encourage someone by wearing their shoes. I know that I have to be strong, but God made me meet you to be able to stand in that gap. God uses people. Not everyone knows how to raise their faith. People are hit beyond repair. For them to encourage themselves into Yesu asobola. My friend Chivawala. Yesu agenda kusobola nga alaba abasajja n'abakazi bamukwata ku mukono we bati Musa. When Israel was fighting, Moses had someone to raise his hands. He was old in age. Whenever he would raise his hands up, Israel would win. Omwoyo omutukuvu yandikutte emikono gya Musa ne gibeerayo. He could not. He needed someone to carry the hands. It is all I've done for people. Because I know. I've been there. Moses needed Joshua. Moses needed Aaron and Miriam on the team. They were his family. Joshua was not his family. You can't tell me to go to my family. Joshua was not Moses' family. It was Miriam and Aaron who bad-mouthed him. Family members have destroyed one another. Because a family fails, we get friends outside our family circles. When Tata gave his life to Christ, Jaja said, "Tefa, you're on your own." We went to church. But all church has done is to destroy me. Well, that is where, in church is where we find Christ. There is someone else going through the same thing in church. They are seated in church. They are almost giving up. Pastor, do you know the names of every person in the church? You are on a WhatsApp group. Why are you collecting us? I love jokes. Trust me, when I get in there, it is another story altogether. Those who had never seen my face were like very proud of me. Right now, they can't even be. Because they had never met what they are seeing now. When I sit behind my phone, you can yearn to find me or meet me. I want us to come down to reality and help people. Most of you are working. Tell someone to raise their faith to look at Jesus, but when you're doing it with action, most of you know Christ. Those who went to Mango Senior School, you know Christ. Because that was a Protestant school. It was started by the church and the kings. That is why you saw that the king of Buganda, his wedding was in the church. It was not in the mosque. Mengo was a school for kings. Then later, when the nobles were many, they switched to King's College, Budo. My grandfather went to Budo. He never went to Mengo. But Mengo was not called Mengo in the beginning. And Mengo was for boys only. Mengo releases leaders every year. Big leaders in the nation. These are the schools are just falling in line. Buganda. Uganda comes from Buganda. Abaganda. What are you doing to help in the situation? You know God. But you're not just going to sit there and talk about the God. We need to see that God in your life. Our lovely leaders, you have constituencies. People are going through a hard time, but how do they get out? You have preached to people, pastors, the fivefold ministries. But the word is empty. There is no action. We see Christ in you. It is you who wore Christ's shoes, and if you're called an apostle, Jesus was all the five. We will look at it. I did it in 2020. You never attended class. How can a full pastor block people on your WhatsApp number? Then you come and ask for tithe. Where are we getting the money from that you want us to use in your ministries? Do you know who you're asking money from? Do you know what they're going through? Yes, it's something, those things you don't need to tell me, you don't need to teach me. Those things I breastfed. Me standing in the gap, feeding people, giving tithe. You don't teach me. Sometimes I wonder why pastors have to teach it. But I was like, no, Esther, we are not the same. Some people have to be convinced. Then I'm like, okay, let them be taught. Because to me, that is my medicine. With my bad health of 37 years, standing in the gap for others is my medication. Why should I build a house when I am sick and I don't know whether I'll even sleep in that house? Why not help someone who has no hope and they are going to die tomorrow? They are going to give up. Why not give that person so that his or her children don't go and eat from? People have built houses and have died in COVID-19, and are they still sleeping in those houses? Before you come out to speak, know the environment you're standing in. Sometimes the environment is corrupt, the environment is polluted, the environment needs distilling, the environment needs chlorine to clean the water. The air is polluted. The earth is polluted by our own activities. Man's activities has destroyed the environment. And God is giving us the Holy Spirit to clean it, but He's going to use people. It is easy to tell someone that have faith, but you don't know someone's heart, you don't know their struggle, you don't know what they're going through. Yes, I'm going to believe, but I need something tangible to touch. That is man. Man is not like God, and man is operating in an environment that has the devil. God is speaking, also the devil is shouting. Many times the devil has won because we don't have our friends to stand in the gap there, to stand in the fire with us. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were in the fire, but they were friends. So it was not one person, it was easy to affirm their faith and tell the king that even if we are not rescued, we will not bow down. While in the fire, they saw a fourth man. In isolation, it is God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I'm the fourth person. But if I don't understand that concept, if I don't understand the word of God like that, I'm going to die in the fire. It takes us back to the beginning. God was three. They had a meeting and said, let us make man in our image. And they became four. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are in the book of Daniel. You can imagine from Genesis to Daniel. And they come from the tribe of Israel, one of the tribes of Israel, which is Dan, if not Benjamin. You can read your Bibles, your Bible scholars, you're telling us you're in a Bible marathon. People have read the Bible, but in COVID-19 they are crying, to be evil. Meaning that it's just a book. They failed to get to harness the power of the word. And the fivefold ministries, why do we have them in church? To empower the church. My friend stood in the fire with me. My other friends, I told them to come and see me when I was going through that season. They never did come. They say they don't have time. They did not see me with my bad disfigured face because I stopped going for parties. The only party I attended that I could not miss for anything in the world was a wedding for Miriam Ikara Musazi. Because me and her, besides just being family, she's a friend. I knew her dad, but for her to become my friend, we met at Chambogo. The first day I joined the university, I came very early. And the first two people, the first one I saw was Mariam Namakula. She works with the UN in finance. She found me. I was the first child that day. Tata's friend used his car. Diana let meet. Never take a commander to atadeko ne big suitcase. Tata yagula big suitcase na gombe between to receive them suitcase. I had never been to boarding school. Senga sent some money nekola shopping omwana tuyagenze ku government chali chakabi. My savers are proud of me. Never tata, cause tata had stopped working. Senga said money chali chakabi. I went to Jaja Ndagire. Ekasubi gave me bed sheets. They were very huge. 6 by 6. Everyone chipped in. They brought things. That is how we work with Jesus. Everyone chips in and you bring things and we put together. Jaja gave me bed sheets. They were huge. I could not take them to the university. Then I went to Jaja, Dad's mom. And she gives me bed sheets that can fit on a mattress of a student. They were white in color. I love them so much. They have flowers. They are red and blue. I love navy blue. Red, and they are small on a white bed sheets. Those bed sheets were very lovely. My aunt told me they were hers. So Jaja gives me bed sheets. Everyone brings things to Gendoma and Agenda University, my dear. Because Tata did not have. Mama took me to a family to counsel me, a couple. When Mama sees, because Mama has raised many people in church, she took me to a couple to counsel me, to tell me that, Esther, you focus. Go and study, then boyfriend, marriage things would come after school. Mama took me to that couple and we love them so much. Because Mama raised the girl in that couple, the wife. Mama babysat her. So Mama loved their lifestyle. Nagamba nova to, they can talk to my daughter. Baba somi enze sasoma nnyo genda wala. Kantwala omwana, let me take my daughter to someone who has been in school, university life. Mama had not been on university life. She cannot advise you, but she wants someone who has been there, who has the experience. That is what Mama has done in my life, by connecting me to people who have the experience. She doesn't want me to make mistakes. My aunties sat with me. Everyone brought what they know and they're like, now go. They empowered me. That is what family does. I went to the university. Now, the first time I was standing there, I think my mother had gone. I was waiting outside. The hall was locked. I had my huge suitcase there, and my Benson was the only thing we didn't put in the suitcase. I had a mattress. The other things were in a huge suitcase. It is home. It is there. Tata, we went and bought it with Tata. It was huge, my dear. You can close the baby side there, who is like 2 or 3 years or 4 if she or he's short. You can close him there. So I took. Then I was standing there, and Mariam Namakula comes, and she said hello, and said hello. Then she said, "Are you the custodian?" I looked at her like this, and I'm like, I look like a custodian. I told her no. She's like, oh, okay. Then she's like, then I told her they haven't yet opened. I'm also a student. She's my first friend at the university. And we are still friends till date. I love her so much. And I believe she does the same, because she has shown me Then while waiting there, Miriam comes with her mom and her late dad and her late brother and the other brother. She was in her second year, Mia was just starting, but it was first semester. Then of course, her mom and her dad know me. The face you can just tell that is Judge. Then I was excited. Then they told me Miriam has gone up. She will be back down. Then I got family in school. Everything we did together, and somehow we were the same size. So I could wear her clothes. She taught me interesting things because for her she had come from a boarding school. She was in King's College, Budo. Then Tiber High. Basically, she knew the boarding lifestyle. She calls me Judge. Her dad is a brother to the late Dan Chigozi and the late Solomon Sengendo. Only that he's a Chigozi. The other one are Eruwama. But Eruwama and Chigozi, I don't separate them because they moved together. They were brothers and they were only two. We learned things, we did interesting things together. We traveled around Uganda. We made friends interesting. Her friends became my friends. That's how we did things. And she taught me how to confront people when I'm annoyed. I used not to know. When I get annoyed, I would get a document, a paper and a pen. And I jot things down, then I would leave the note on her bed. She told me I will not read it. Esther, what are you saying? I said, I just kept quiet and walked away. And she said I will not read it, and she puts there. She's the person who taught me how to say when I'm annoyed. I used not to know. When I get annoyed, I would just keep quiet and walk out. Now, if I look at you and we are going somewhere in our relationship, I would write down the note. She said, Esther, you're going to learn to talk. You cannot just write. She's the person who taught me how to confront. I feared confronting because I feared being confronted. One thing I feared is when I have made a mistake and I hear my name. I had started hating my name because of that. She taught me how to confront, how to say that I am not happy. I used not to know. So that is how you help someone to understand who Christ is. You stand in the gap there. She helped me. That is why when I was at the university, many of my friends did not know what I was going through or what I was facing. Because there was someone who stood in the gap. We would go to a window to buy clothes. And we would accessorize. She taught me how to accessorize. Because I hated tight things. I love baggy things. Now Miriam took me to a win. I did not know. We used to go to a window with Mama and all that, but it's something I used not to do because we did not have money as such for me to just walk around and go buy things. So unless with Mama is on, there was nowhere I was going to a window to buy things. How? With what money? So at the university, I would get allowance. Now, she used to get pocket money more than me. So we would go to a window to buy our nice clothes. You find us very smart and you wonder where we got the clothes. Oh, we know. I learned how to undress in a window. I feared. They put us a curtain there. Netuyamba, netunyuma. We had specific, she had her specific people that where she knew, like when we enter there, she had a specific place where she would buy things. Like my dad had a specific place where he buys his things. I saw that with also the late Solomon Sengendo. He had a specific place he buys things. He does not just walk around. He used to buy things in Ichibuye. Because one of Jaja's sister called Nakalanzi was staying in that old house. That old house was Jaja's house. In Chibuye, you see where there is the petrol station, then Kulera, Wolava, Mbao, that is our land. It is big, it stretches, crosses the road here and there, but they went on selling it to different people. So there was an old house there where Jaja and Nakalanzi used to stay. So Mam Sengendo would go there. Even Esther would take us there, then we go and shop. Jaja would sell certain things, so we go buy and then we go home. That is how you help someone overcome whatever they are going through. When I went to the university, my loneliness just kind of disappeared because Miriam was one person who did things I liked. Yet I did not grow up with her. I find her at the university. Yet we are family. I got a friend in her. She's one person I run to and I'm comfortable with. Everything I did with her are things I loved. For us, we traveled. I love traveling. We did things together. We would drink our dry tea. And if you come to Vibus, we make dry tea and give you a burn to eat. Do you know why we were doing it? We were seeing how you present yourself while eating in front of people. How you present yourself. Because we come from family where we have people who have those eyes of looking at you like this. Who is that one? Where are they? Katimunange, oh mommy, tino muteka teka. Waba not was. Is your family like ours? Even if you don't have, we had our ways of preparing you. Yes, that is how it works. Our men do certain things. Our men are smart. You don't just dress up anyhow. You have to be smart, whether you're wearing casual or not. You have to be presentable. In our family, do we have people who wear ripped jeans? When I left Uganda, I did not see men my side wearing ripped jeans. Those funny jeans boys wear, then they put on a lower balance. When we go for weddings, the men wear the trousers, the white tempande. And if you have lost a loved one and you're a married man, we expect you to wear a jacket. Naye byennaku zino byayingiramu.com eri abatebava mu t-shirt. We have to you represent people out there. So you have to be smart upstairs and outside. Not only outside. You have to be smart. You can wear casual when you're smart. Those things you're copying, wearing those rags, they are rags. You call it trend. Those are rags. You look homeless. Esther, you don't know the designer. I stay with the designers this side and know them. They are the devil's agent. They wear rags. Those designers of yours, they've taken us to hell and back. And you're busy saying, no. You got enough of copying and pasting. You have everything you need. And you Ugandans, we are going to support you. But you need to give us quality for our money. That's why I started a group and I called it Service Providers. Because I got tired of paying for poor quality services. And I'm paying a lot of money. I have supported my friends. I gave them the things that we are supposed to follow. You bring your business, then we support you. We put you on our statuses. I've done it for all of them. Some ran away. Because we live a selfish lifestyle. You want people to support your things? When are you going to support other people? Someone left the group, then later told me, Esther, you should have a YouTube channel. I gave him my YouTube channel and I told him, have you ever seen this? To him, the YouTube channel is for making money. I told him, have you ever seen this? The person shied away. Those are my friends. The person you're talking to, I found out I'm not in your league. I did not just appear. I've been in training for 37 years. Parents, train your children. Don't just sit there and tell the people that Jesus will do. Which Jesus? He said he's going to leave us the Holy Spirit. And where does the Holy Spirit sit? The person who gave me this book moved around with me to put my documents together because I did not want to leave any room for doubt. I went to the Interpol. We went together. We moved around, and that pushed him from the level of someone who just came for help to a level of a boyfriend. And I don't remember him asking out. The things he did, because I was vulnerable. I did not ask the Lord what kind of person he is. But I saw a red flag when he asked me that, Esther, you're going I was supposed to be going to California. And he asked me, will you come and see me the other side? I'm like, of course. But in my mind, I'm like, aren't you supposed to come and see me? I told him, yes, come and see you. Then he's like, what if you get there and you get other people? And in my mind, I'm like, I'm going in June, you're coming in October. So June, July, August, September, October, 5 months are going to make me get somebody else. I'm like, this man does not know who I am. Then I'm like, why not wait for you? That started to bring out the red flag. One time he showed me a picture of his sister, but it was his wife, his current wife now. He did not know the person he was playing with. When I become vulnerable, my sensitivity lowers. When I left the nation, went to their home, I was thrown out. Then he told people in Kampala, nti mwesibako, newaabwe wannemi. Ugandans, careful. Ekyalema family y'okumuwa nze nakimuwa. Ne green card nze nagisasula. Because I had pledged to help him. I get here, he sends me, after his family throwing me out, he sends me a message. I'll give you back your $600. We are done. I looked at the message and I kept quiet because I didn't want to answer back when I'm annoyed. Because he didn't know that I had gone through that same thing when someone sent me a message that he's not ready. I kept quiet. Then the following day when I had collected myself, I fired back. I told him, you can keep the money. And it wasn't only $600. If I'm to count that money, we must have gone to $2,000. That was my upkeep given to me by my friends. I typed and told him to keep the money. I don't want it back. I pledged to help you. You can have it. Nemugamba did not expect a man who knows the Lord to behave like you. But it is okay. Enjoy your life. And I kept quiet. He was supposed to bring me my things. He did not. He left my things in Uganda. Yet I left mine to bring theirs. Ugandans, careful out there. Then he calls another friend of ours and tells the friend, tell Esther to tell you the app she uses to send me money. Then the friend was like, can you tell Esther that you have traveled? He refuses. He comes to the US 2 weeks. Then he lies to me. The day he tells, I talked to him to get my things. He was in Dubai. And I kept quiet. When you're walking with people and you know that you present Christ, be careful. Why am I sharing this? These are things that have been done for years, and people's hearts are being destroyed. People come abroad and they become so lonely because they don't know who to talk to, they don't know who to trust. That is how trust is being bleached or breached, or you know what I'm talking about. Bleaching is kweyerusa. Breaching is... Then he gets here and he has no money for his green card. Then he calls again. A friend of mine was sending $400 from Uganda. I love you, David Molindwa, the only surveyor who is qualified and certified by the government of Uganda to operate as a surveyor. My grandfather was a surveyor. He works with Canaan sites. He has his own company. He does mapping. May the Lord bless you with your children, David Molindwa. He sent me $400. He wasn't borrowing me the money. He was giving me the money. He's my OB, Mengo Senior School. Do you have such friends in your life? Or the ones you have are just destroying your happiness? Sit back, relax. Ask the Lord to choose for you friends. He started putting me on pressure to get him the green card. I told him, excuse me, this money ain't yours. So relax. I paid and I kept quiet. He got his green card. One time he was working, they stole it. They stole his wallet. The green card was $165. He had to cough over $1,000. If I wasn't a blessing in your life, I became a curse. It is Genesis chapter 12. God uses people for us to know that Christ is with us. So don't come out to teach things you don't practice. Please help us. Stop being a motivational speaker or an inspirational speaker. I want life. If I had not met men and women who have been speaking life into my life till death, I would have died in COVID season caused by the church. The family we got when Tata was told in his own family that you're on your own. When people are not there, God will do his work. Trust me, he has done an amazing job in my life. Unfortunately, to some people, they've given up in the season and killed themselves. Because their friends don't care. Their families don't care. One time, someone in the family told one of my uncles that, why did you tell the girl to come? She's going to beg. I hear we are beggars. The person who said that is not directly a sister to my dad. Now she was telling her brother that why did he tell me to come and see their big sister, who is my auntie. Yet we had agreed that she would come for me. And for her, she wasn't there when we were making the arrangement. I was like, I just kept quiet, stayed in the house, because the one who said the words was sick. Careful with sick people. They become vulnerable and they say things as they come. They don't sieve them. I loved him so much. He was Jaja's biggest son. He was a very strict man. He was a very smart man. He was a perfectionist. Jaja gave birth to kids who are perfectionists. You don't play around. He was staying in the village. He was a caretaker of one of the family members' land. When Jaja died, his children's school became an issue. And Jaja's children became servants here and there somewhere. But Jaja's sister trained the children right, because they were coming from different mothers. And back in the day in Buganda, if you are a king and you give birth to children, the mothers have to bring the children. When Jaja got an accident, they were going to Mbara, because the Buganda Land Board had sent him to Mbara. And he was going to Mbara with his brother, with whom they don't share a mother, Mweve. They were going to get places for all the 7 children, places in school. And Jaja was ready to stay with all his children with his wife, his covenant wife. That was the arrangement. And Jaja gets an accident as they were going to Mbara. And children were left in space. Children had to go and grow up in different homes. I am telling you, train your children. We are ending the era of children who are bitter because their parents died. I have tested the bitter test of Jaja's death 57 years ago, because I wore his sister's shoes. And there are some of the children who never recovered because Jaja died, they were very young. Jaja was 36. Are you 36 years old? When you die today, are you ready to leave those kids? You have worked so hard. 36-year-olds, I'm talking to you. Because I've gotten the disrespecting thing from 36-year-olds and 35-year-olds and 34-year-olds. And I look and I'm like, kati ate baba 40 bali nyirira. Are you ready right now? Ekyokunnyirira si kikulu. I'm nothing, trust me. I'm just a vessel. Ne mmala ndekera okussa bwe nti, this is useless. God sends his messages, I deliver them. Ne mmala nfa. Katonda wange. I am just dust. Tugenda soma creation. We just dust. We nothing. Those things you're saying, I hear you come first. My friend, you don't come first. You're nothing without Christ. He just breathed into you. You know a balloon? Let me show you something. I want you to understand this thing from the beginning. Why we are struggling so much, we forget the beginning. Baby. It has nurtured the kind of man you are today or woman you are today. If you are not trained right, we're going to train you right. Why? You're operating in a public wing. Stay in the private wing. Don't tell anyone to support your business or anything you're doing. But if you want us to support anything you're doing, you're not going to step on anyone anymore to rise. I want everyone to be happy, but not at the expense of other people's joy. Everyone deserves to be happy. Everyone deserves to be rich. Unfortunately, I am well off. I am not rich. Rich people are beggars. What happened to my giraffe? I have my giraffe here that I used to blow. She has disappeared. It is the very first. I know where it is, the other one, but I was looking for the other hand. You don't take care of the kids that call you Jaja, Senga, Uncle. And you come out to motivate us. Please leave us alone. Before outside people say Mboli wakabi, start within your family. Nze nabagamba ne malamba gamba omuntu yagamba nti balekerawo okumpeerera. Mugenda gweri. Mugambe ye. Be bantu baffe. I smiled and I said it is okay. I got my savings and I paid. Because I had applied for my scholarship, but I needed a start. I applied for a scholarship and I only got a stipend. The Norwegians paid my school fees for my master's. And I did everything to the dot. My supervisor decided that he can use our work. He becomes a professor and we don't graduate. And you're asking why Macquarie University got banned? Really? When we have such lecturers there? Lecturers who sleep with kids to give them marks? Why did you study? Teachers, I want you to cry that you want to be paid when you're doing the right things. You're not going to go back and do education ever in your lives. Why? Then you say you know the Lord. I look at you and I'm like, cannot see my glove. I wanted to show you something. It's around here, but you are just a kavera, my friend. A kavera no bakali kaina material jola bako. Omusenyi baguyola we bati. This one I did not do. This one, my other glove. I have my gloves that I normally use here. Okay, let me get it. The other hand to do what I wanted to do. I love practicability. Now let me show you. You're like this. He did like this. And you got shape. And you got life. If I want that life out. He did it. That's what the Bible says. Some of you yabapika nnyo kati oli munene. Big size. Mwe banene mu government. Like afuna omuka mungi. Tugenda kusoma creation. Kubanga ekitutawanya creation. Genesis wa kutawanya. Kati oli awo olw'okuba kati obugalo bwonna bulina shape oli awo. Tukutekamu kapini good. And you lose all the A. The word is there, yes, but God uses people. Katonda si mufuusa. You're supposed to encourage one another. Why do we have you in church? Why do you meet people? You talk to so and so who has the key to the next level. And they open for you. Someone opened for you. Someone used someone. You're doing well because there is someone who saw you and said, no, this person needs to do this and this. They're like, when I look at that person, they can talk. Let me take them, and they work at this radio station. Then when you got there, someone trained you. And your loneliness leaves. You didn't have a job. You studied, but you don't have a job. God is going to use either your family members or your friends to connect you. I've done that for people. Because that is the Jesus I know. I see job adverts and I send them. In case I know someone in there, I call and I'm like, please, can I send you so and so? Just to talk, commit them. Some people say, when you have a business, give them to sweep the compound. All they need is 10K to buy food for their children. 10K is enough. But I've seen our friends not helping us at all. They own businesses. They work with government. They work in the bank. It's all over, by the way. I told you I don't only work with you in your box. Let me show you. See, I'm like, those are groups and people. Those are groups and people. I sent out this message to almost everyone. The other groups, they threw me off. Sent them the same message I sent you. But I told you, if you feel offended, just know there is a problem with you. That means there is something you're doing that is not right. And it needs to be rectified. You cannot sit there and you want people to support you. Then, Jesus knows it all. Jesus knew. That is why he connected you to that man and woman. That man and woman, what are they doing in your life? Why are they there? You don't know. Okay. Don't worry. You got married to that wife because it's someone who connected you. I've moved with people and they've gotten problems, and the Lord has taken away their problems because of me. They wouldn't have given birth. They wouldn't have gotten married. Some wouldn't have jobs up to today. I want you to ask the Lord why you meet people. There are things I carry, and when I'm moving, I make sure mukululo gwange gugenda gukola bweguti. There are some of my friends I met, and now they're working with government. They're doing so well. You met me because I'm a girl who comes from a lineage that is government. That is how God works. I am not the first one to come abroad. It's in the bloodline. When I was so annoyed, in 2019, the Lord sends someone and tells me, tell Esther, her journey has no hand of man in it. Because everyone on my journey took God's place in an amazing way. People told me how they helped me. And I'm like, these words are coming from people in church. Basically, you helped me and you want help in return. Is that the Bible we read? Someone I told someone bad manners, told them put the phone on without speaking. And they said, we help your brother. I'm like, hey, you did what? So I have to come and do what you want because you helped me. I'm like, the Church of Jesus is no more. People did not know that I'm God's gun. Careful who you host. I never went anywhere without God's permission. And I told people before. I told people when I got there, but they forgot. Please ask the Lord to give you a sharp memory like mine. It is the only thing I have in the season and the covenant. that is putting me in the position I'm in. Without those, wherever you are, you will probably find other committed children of God wanting to fellowship with you. You need to fellowship with someone. Someone has an answer to what you're going through. That is why you have friends. Those who are in the same country. There is a friend who calls you and takes you out. You hang around so that you don't feel so bad. God is giving you people that are helping you in your situation. But you can still do it with your phone. That is why we have communication. When communication dies, relationships die. People give up and they kill themselves. When someone feels so bad, I've met people who have given up. I stood with Michael. You have no idea when he started talking to me. He started talking to me in August 2017. He sent me an inbox on Facebook. He found me dancing to one of Judith Babidia's songs. He was going through a hard time. I did not know. I met him once. The rest was phone. I had to understand the kind of man he is. Because I never grew up with him. But he studied with some of my family members. He's the one who took me to see my family members in California. Don't joke. That is what God does. You meet people. His life humbled me so much. He told me, Esther, I'm going to tell people, I'm going to give a testimony. I told him, don't. Because I know Ugandans. We love misinterpreting things. I told him I don't want anyone to stress me. Because people are already stressing me, how I'm not building my father a house, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, excuse me. I'm the one who makes the money. You think at my age I don't know. I am his firstborn. When I give you, it is God bless you. When I give another person, it is wastage. What is wrong with you? You're going to kill people. You did not bring me to the US. When I was back at home, people never bothered to get a job for me. When I came to the US, tell the child to get a job, anything, she's lying. I'm like, excuse me. People from church and my family, they would use people who don't fear me. I told Mama, please, when I was home and I was sick and I was struggling, I didn't see any. I am sick, Mama. I don't know what I'm going through. They don't know what is on ground. I am the one who knows. They're like, let her go enter anywhere. Things changed. If you've ever been to the US and you just enter anywhere, this is not the time you came to the US. I came to the US when they were changing presidents. I came in 2016. When was the last time you were in the US? And what state? Your friends don't know what happens in other states. States work different. They have governors who work completely. You might think I am in a different country altogether. While others are having a heat wave I don't have. While others are having floods I don't have. My weather is just mesmerizing. Yet I'm also in the US. You cannot start giving orders where you don't stay. Learn how to help people. Others would call the UK. And I'm like, Ivanak, you have my number. Call me and we see and we talk about it. You don't stay here. You did not see me when I was leaving the country. I hid. Few people saw me. And some who saw me forgot. How you can see someone sick, then you come out and say that she's lying. She stole the man. I'm like, the devil is a liar. You have children, you're planting wrong seeds. You will never badmouth anyone anywhere, ever in your lives. If you do, You know, people don't change. The devil is a liar. These classes, you don't share them. Sharing it for what? They don't like the classes, they don't share the classes. But we can go and share olugambo olutayina gye lutwala. We share abawaayiriza. Olina avaina kubendu. Bange twafiiridwa. Yafudde yalyoze naafa tulina Museveni. I looked at this stupid boy and I'm like, never know babazaala. And people are following them. And you think Uganda will change with such environment of such people? How can I wake up and I start crying Museveni? He does not know how I even got out of the country. Then I started blaming him for the bad things I'm going through here, really. I was at the Interpol. By that time, it was Kasige there. He said he's not giving anyone a letter if you're going to be a maid. I saw kids writing letters. Some don't even know how to write. And they're saying they're going to be teachers in Abu Dhabi. And I looked and I'm like, really? Your own people have companies that are sending people to Dubai. And kids are dying. And you're blaming it on the government of Uganda. Really, you? And you call yourselves leaders. I can't wait for 2026. Your own companies are keeping quiet when people are dying. And you people in the so-called Kadamas and Sekadamas, if you don't stop lying about the government of Uganda, when you were leaving the country, you never asked for permission. If you don't stop, please stop bringing curses upon your lives. I know how you do things. You went on your own accord. You paid your own money. You did not ask for permission. And the other thing, let me help you. When any country has their embassy in another country, they are supposed to employ the locals. Ugandans, you're not entitled to be employed at the embassy outside Uganda. Those are not the rules. When you go to the American embassy and you don't see there Ugandans, we are going to throw the American embassy out of Uganda. The first people to get jobs when an investor comes in a nation are the locals. You Ugandans who go to Dubai, you're not locals. You don't own anything to show you that you are a citizen there. Stop making noise for us. Go and read the rules and regulations that govern such things. Go educate yourself. If I go to the embassy and they don't give me a job, I cannot even shout. I'm not a citizen here. I'm just a resident. So if they want, they can give me. If they don't want, I cannot even quarrel. Because I know the rules and regulations that govern the environment. Stop using your ignorance to make noise for us. The season is bad. Just go and clean the houses you went to clean as you wanted it and enjoy. And pray. And you people who support wrong things, get some information and educate yourself. Stop being ignorant. When an investor brings a project, as a must, when we write EIAs, Environmental Impact Assessment reports, that we write after the assessment itself, we put those things in the book, and they're supposed to follow them. We write, then NEMA gives them a certificate of operation. NEMA is National Environment Management Authority. Each country has such an authority. They're supposed to, the investor is supposed to do corporate social responsibilities. They are supposed to give the locals jobs. I said the locals, the citizens. not refugees. It does not matter which country you're from, on condition you are a citizen in that nation. You're entitled to get the job. If you are a citizen and you have a document saying you are a citizen, educate yourselves before you come out to expose yourselves. And if the investor does not do it, NEMA is supposed to send a team after 1 year and they audit the company. They will audit the embassy. And if that embassy has not worked according to the rules and regulations that govern that nation, they can take away the certificate of operation. So if you're taking any project anywhere, make sure at least 80% of people who are working at the embassy, if you don't bring in your own, still if you bring it your own, you have to have a particular percentage. Go in the books and look at the percentage that you're supposed to have that works at that particular place. Go to NEMA and equip yourself with information so that you can shout properly. Even churches, they're going to be locked. They're going to be shut down. You have certain decibels. It's not that government doesn't love you. Don't twist things. I warned you when the season was starting. I told you, churches, go and do an EIA. You don't have the right toilets or latrines or bathrooms. You have a big number. And if your church is in Kampala, you're seated on a time bomb. Our water table is very near. You're polluting the water. Either you're going to use bio toilets so that you generate power using that pool, or you make sure you use a cesspool all the time. Build, construct. Take some time, the way you're taking time off to construct the houses. Construct the right toilets. You have huge numbers of people and they all use the same bathroom. How can you have a house that has only 2 rooms? You see, I built a house and it has 2 rooms. Yes, I also built a building. Don't joke around. Don't joke with me. I know how to count the bricks and the cement. I built a toilet, a latrine, don't joke. 2009. So ebyo byowoza mbu nno go yakazimba golina kuwewoze n'obusente bwe wazimbiye mu nze nabukolere. Yes, I built a building. Please bring your building, I bring mine. Yours is on a loan, mine is not on a loan. Don't play around. You're using the fact that you're building a big house and you're stepping on people's choosers. Is that your man? You don't even have faith to wait upon the Lord to give you the money. You borrowed that money in the bank and now the bank is taking the buildings. Wait upon the Lord and you'll mount up with wings like eagles. Stop borrowing money. You say, the government of Uganda, he said, that's the borrow. When I look at you, the borrower is you. The car you're driving is on a loan. The phone is on a loan. The wig is on a loan. The car house is on a loan. Everything is on a loan. What do you own? Even the wife is on a loan. My goodness. Because if you're a borrower, you're going to marry a borrower. Lend some money also. Stop being a borrower. Lend. Churches, your building has no soundproof. Careful when you're operating in a homestead. That business of using scriptures, wherever my footsteps I eat it, excuse me. That land is not yours. You're next to people. You want to chase them away. You found them there. Ask the Lord to give you money. He has it. And you build buildings that are soundproof. Or else, you're going to learn how to praise the Lord silently. You think you cannot? Yes, you can. And He will hear. He uses a still small voice to talk to us. If He can do that, you can do it too. That business of saying, excuse us. The devil is going to sit in, hey, you joke. You're operating in an environment that is not yours. You're operating on earth. You're not in heaven. You're going to obey rules and regulations. The season we are in, I told you. I left you. It is originality, availability, the word of God, practicability, humility, obeying rules and regulations. You're doing none. And the season is becoming worse than it was. Because you don't listen. Now you're praying to get money and cars. Where are you going to put there? That money you're praying for, what is it going to do when people are just dying? And when they are not ready? Money, cars, houses, those things you're entitled to get. Unfortunately, those who pray for you to get them. Baba tolerako. Nze nettukire jjiji lyayulika. Pastors teach us to go to that place on our own. Stop being the bridge. Jesus was the bridge between me and God, not man. The most important thing to remember is that your Heavenly Father is always there for you. But He's going to use man. God sits in man like this. And man will have an encouraging word. Oh, sorry, you're not called to encourage anyone. I forget. I'm so sorry. First Kings. Sometimes I don't want to give my testimony because it's a little bit too much. Yet it has medicine for people who are not you. For you, you seek well good and lowering myself so low. There is someone out there it's helping. If it's not helping, don't worry. I know how to deal with such people. I learned, don't worry. First Kings 19. Others are giving testimonies and you support them so much. When I come out to Neda, and I'm like, guys, you want to kill me in the season? As you're supporting your children. And you want us to support your children. Am I a stick? Like I've seen people complain. And I'm like, really? I don't front my father. I learned how to get my legs. Most of the kids are using their father's feet. And because there was a time I asked the Lord, and He's like, those kids are being watched because of their fathers. Those kids are not yet ready. They don't have their own feet. They're running on their father's backs. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I got some encouragement, and I'm like, okay. Train your kids to have their own legs. You all have children. So every seed you sow in anyone's life, your kids are going to eat the fruit. Your pastors will not tell you this. I will tell you. Whether you check my things or not, it is your concern and your children. I am running my race. Come for the class later. I am busy running my race. Hope you're also running your race. There is a class, very special. Make sure you attend. Call your friends, your enemies, your ex. Call them, please. I pray my fathers and mothers in the spirit that raised me attend the class, because I don't want to give poison to their kids. And some of you came out and said, who is she? Where is she from? Excuse me. The man who ordained you is the man that gave birth to me. Kitegedde ekintu ekyo ndowooza kiri kiriya nkisusse ogende emugulu. Sorry, I got an emergency. First Kings. Now Ahab told Jezebel, verse 19, chapter 19. Now Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, and how he had killed all the prophets of Baal with the sword. Then Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, So may the gods do to me, and even more, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like the life of one of them. Verse 3. And Elijah was afraid and arose and ran for his life. And he came to Beersheba, which belongs to Judah. And he left his servant there. But he himself traveled a day's journey into the wilderness. And he came and sat down under a juniper tree and asked God that he might die. You have someone on your team They have no way out. They even fear to say. They don't know what to do. They are stranded. They've prayed all the prayers. When they look behind, when they look to the left, the right, they don't see any rescue. But they're also on your team. Elijah got so scared because the woman was after all of them. And in Elijah's days, they were different. Our days are also different. And Elijah's days, they didn't have the Holy Spirit. We have the Holy Spirit. He said, "It is enough now, O Lord, take my life, for I am no better than my fathers." I know you've prayed those prayers. I've heard people say, "I'm done, even if I die now." And I look and I'm like, even if you die now, you need to hang in there. You're not the only one going through this. At least your health is not bad. Many people have told me, "Esther, where's see me in a green card?" And I'm like, I wish you knew how it had become a curse. I wish you know how the documents you're saying that Nessim, I wish you knew how it spoiled my reputation and my parents. I wish you knew the words I got because of the green card that you're saying that in Nessim. You have no idea. Don't sit there and assume. You don't know what I went through. Yet I'm sick. You have no idea. Your mama had money if your dad wasn't there for you. Your mama had money. Mine zero. For us growing up, it has been God throughout, touching people. Tata married at 27, gave birth the first child at 28. Mama was 20, gave birth to her firstborn, me, at 21. When I look at your 27-year-old, Junior made 27. Jojo is making 29. When I look at them, I see my father. For them, their fathers have what to give them. My dad, his dad was not there. He had his cousins. Because when one person gets married in the family, then Jaja was like, gendo vere wagundi, gendo vere wagundi. That is how they grew up. Because when Jaja died, they could not go back to the palace anymore. Because remember, even the Jaja was already out because she got married. And Kabeja had died, Jaja Lualala had died. There was nothing they were going to go and get in the palace. That door was closed. Now Tata gives his life to Christ. Kabeja built houses where some people stayed. She built those houses for people to stay there, to help out and take help to her grandchildren. And people owned those things to debt. Parents, you're going to raise your kids right. Some of you are owning things that are not yours when the owners don't have. But the owners decided to keep quiet and go and work on their own because they were raised to work. And you're giving birth to kids who don't respect people, right? Okay. Each one of you is going to sit with your kids, tell them the truth, or tell them to respect people. You're seated in things that don't belong to you. I wouldn't have struggled with my dad, his wife, and his children if people can speak the truth. Because among Kalibala's children, one died, no children. The girls are doing well. The boys have struggled in one way or the other. They are 5 boys, now they are 4. If your mother has nothing, man, you're gonna struggle. My dad never grew up with his mom. And when you're boys, you're expected to work and put food on the table. Tata taught us not to beg. That is why I'm an independent human being. The people I tell my problems and they give me money, those are personal friends. They're not even blood family. But later I found out we are related in one way or the other. I met them in school. When my blood family cannot help, those who are helping have done the school fees part of it. And we are so grateful. Because if Auntie had not gone abroad, my school was going to end, I think, in S3. Because that is the first time they sent us out of school for fees. Tata worked so hard that by the time you go into the holiday, he has the money for the next term. Auntie went to the UK in 1997. I remember I was in my vacation had started. It was 97 when Auntie went to the UK. She's been in the UK till date. Auntie has no children. Auntie never married. People have used her money. And they come out and tell us that we've eaten my auntie's money. And they tell her to stop taking care of us. She's done enough. And she does not only take care of her brother's children. Auntie takes care of everyone that is her sister or brother. There is a lady that passed away, the late Alan Carter in Sibira. She's a sister to one of Daddy's brothers. They share a father. When I talked to my cousin, she cried and said, Esther, I had just gone to see my auntie recently. Why is it that I didn't get to know? I'm like, I don't know. I told her, just put yourself together, go and see the children. Because the late Alan Sibira was excited to see her. Nagamba, oh, mwana wankata wuno. Because she had last seen her when she was very young. They rekindled a love, which was, I think she saw her 3 or 4 weeks back. Now the lady is gone. It was more like a bye-bye. Parents have done their things, their own decisions, that have led their children into a life that brings loneliness. When your father does not marry your mother, when your father decides to have children all over, it's going to be tight. You need people to stand with you. Back in the day, men and women gave birth all over. And people have started looking for their family members. Unfortunately, the old people are dying daily after meeting their family members. If siblings have not been working together, they love the children. They love the grandchildren. We need to end an era. We look like Elijah at some point. The woman came and threatened and threatened him and told him, "Yo, now he had to take off. Because if you run to your family and they say that they should stop taking care of us, where do you go? Even the church we went to, who has raised our school fees? Who has paid some of our school fees in church? No one. We had to work our way to the top. And we went to good schools, all of us. I had to study hard. Because if you don't study in our current environment, you have to be good with other skills. The things you're going to do is being a maid in someone's house, is babysitting. You're going to go and dig. Manyimba sekerera. You know, the devil has been fighting me so hard. And he uses people. Because they knew that they've not done right in our lives. Yet we are the reason they are doing well. Now, if I did not know Christ and I allow the devil to use me, it's called disaster. If the devil uses your mother, you're in trouble. Parents, sow the right seeds. Your kids are going to eat the fruits. Your kids are going to eat the fruits. I remember telling each and everyone that if it's not your father or your mother who paid your school fees, go back to that house of the man and woman who stood in the gap for you. You're not progressing because you've never bothered to go back and say thank you. You need to learn to give thanks. God uses people. That business of saying, and I say thank you, Lord. No. If the person who paid your fees, the person who put a hand for you died, they have children, they left a legacy, you're all gonna do that. But if you don't want, it is well. The man and woman that stood in the gap for you, it's a legacy, it's a lifestyle that you don't have and you'll never have. The blessing they have, you can't take it. You cannot take it. That one I assure you. Whether you flip it or you do it, what someone who has helped you you'll never have. God uses people. In Elijah's time, it was different. In our time, God is going to sit in your neighbor. God will not even use anyone in your father's lineage. He's going to get someone from I don't know where. I have seen it in my life in an amazing way. When my family members cannot help me. When I was coming to the US, I told people to get me numbers. They refused. Yet I am the tree where they come from. That's why the Lord came in, because the Lord saw me. I was very bitter. Not to joke around. I was like, how can you call me Jaja? How can you call me Mama? And you cannot raise a finger. Then you go back in Uganda and tell people the wrong things. You've never seen me. The Lord sent a message because he knew he's going to lose me. God is not a loser. He's going to work on those he has chosen. He has called. Whether they like it or not, they have to fall in line. They'll have to learn to forgive, learn how to give, learn how to love without expecting anything. I, Esther Solomon, the only thing I'm struggling with is anger. The other thing is, but still, even when I got annoyed, I still would come and help. I've done it. I'm annoyed with you. I could not see your struggle. That is not my portion of leaving you to rot. And some people are like, Esther Taiga. It is a legacy. It's a legacy. A leader cannot just look the other side when people are rotting. You did not know that is me. Now I'm telling you. Because you cannot walk with someone you don't know. You're going to kill people. I got my own legs with Jesus. Whenever you don't have my time to say, Esther, tofayo. In Uganda, when someone says, I'll call you back, it means some other time. People don't have time. People are stressed. So I have to see how to get out of whatever is disturbing me. And I will with Jesus, trust me. I'm trained well enough. Hope you're also trained well enough in case it ever happens to you. Continue. He prayed a prayer of dying. He said, it is enough now, O Lord. Take my life, for I am no better than my fathers. He lay down and slept under the juniper tree. And behold, an angel touched him and said to him, get up and eat. He touched me. Oh, he touched me. And oh, the joy that floods my soul. Something happened. And now I know he touched me and made me whole. Oh, he touched me. Oh, he touched me. That's what he has done for me in the season when man has no time. Because man never created the time. Man is good at destroying reputations. Man is selfish. Oh, he touched me. Destroying reputations is his part. Before you react to anything your friend has done, ask why. Call them and say, Esther, why did you say this? Don't overreact to expose your stupidity and expose the things you did that you hid. When you enter the race of destroying my reputation, when they make me sit in words, I'm going to tell them the day we met and what happened. Make sure you have the memory also. I told that to my boss at work, because lately we have people who are after making people lose their jobs. I told my boss, I am done and tired of paying for people's mistakes. Whoever reports me next, make sure they give you the full detailed report, because I have it to the dot. When we know the truth, it shall set us free. You're going to wear your army uniform, right? Because we are dying because of lack of ignorance. Hosea 4 and verse 6. Did you attend the class? You did not. We are dying because we are ignorant. Get up and eat. Eat what? When I look at you, in our times, who has ever brought down the angel? God is using people. Back in the day, it was angels. They say they met angels. God is using you and me to carry food to someone who has lost hope. But how will you even carry the food when you don't have a culture of checking on people? But when you have a business, you want people to support you. Interesting. Because your circle has only 10 people. With the YouTube channel, you need over 10K people who are not even your friends. You don't know them. Facebook gives us 5,000 friends who are not even our friends. When the season started, I saw people sending me friends requests, and I looked and I'm like, now all this for what? It's because they were told there is a girl there who can move your thing and you get what you want. And trust me, many of you, the Lord has used me and you've been introduced on big platforms. People never knew you, now you're in the newspapers. Those who are in the newspapers and they are struggling with their things, they are rising so fast. I know who is struggling and has been in the limelight for so long. Your business is struggling. Because if they were not struggling, we wouldn't see you wasting ton energy on social media here creating content. I hear looking for other avenues. Schools that are stable, they don't come out kweranga. Schools that are struggling, beberanga. Menga senior school teyeranga mbuno muleta abana. It is either you go or you don't. You have to qualify. King's College Budo, Gayaza High, Makerere College. They only show you what they do in there. But kwera ngambu na banonya ba student chizibu. When you get to that level, please, you can holler. But since you're not yet there, you're still struggling. But you're going to treat well God's people who support your hustle, who support your content. I, Esther Solomon, what I'm doing is not content. It is God's work. But I'm good at content building. I even give you the content in your own things. I know. You don't know how to hide. I find you in your content and you have my things that come from my classes. Esther erongo kayemuko. Tuchisuse tugene mugulu. You don't know. Don't disrespect people when you're just oyavula. We need one another in such a season. Elijah had no one. Hence the Lord used an angel. But do you know that people can't bring down an angel? Not even a Holy Ghost. Ne Bible ne mulema okusoma. Nga talina gimusomera gw'olina abaana. Abaana bagenda kusomera Bible, abaana bagenda kuyimbira. Bwe manjagala omwana nnyimbire nina okuba akasimu. Ate ne making sure nti maama wa ayina data. Netekako omwana n'ayimba. Gwe Katonda abakuwadde awo. Mwami wo gy'ali wadde tomwagala akukyakalanyamuko naye ogamba era kale. Emisana muba munyiiza, ekiro mu kitanda tonyiiga. Baganda bo bali awo. Mikwano gyo bagenda kukima. This is the reality and the truth you hate. Then you destroy those who can't have it. Let's be real. We are not in Elijah's days. Unfortunately, we look like we are because of our character. People who are here, most of them have their family members with them. Some are with their mothers. Some are with their children. Their marriages they've created for themselves. Their family members. In America, if you're not invited, you cannot go. I was told to stay away from people's families. I got where I stay. I have COVID. In case anything goes wrong with them, I will be blamed. Nafunanga senyiga. Kasita kwata omulala nze namuleese. I first heard it when they told it to someone. I looked and I kept quiet. Bamugamba tambula nnyo aleese senyiga. I was like, eh. When it was my turn, people came with a cough from Uganda. My immunity system is very low. I caught the cough. The cough went beyond imagination. I went to hospital. I was told, go to hospital, and they check you in February. And they check you might be having COVID. I did not even know what COVID is all about. When I got to the clinic, they checked I had nothing. It's an allergy. Then the lady gave me a mask and gave me a liquid. It's a eucalyptus liquid. She comes from Mexico. When I went to work, I had gone to pick my pay stamps. They looked at me like this. I saw people running away. I was one of the black people in my area to wear a mask. I only saw one Chinese. And I fell sick for 4 days. Uganda could not take me in. Togo took me in. Togo did not even mind, yet they had kids in the house. Togo put me in a separate room. But they told me you can come down and eat. I said, no, I don't know what I'm carrying. 4 days. It was intense. They boiled for me things. They made chigaji, alvaro, put in whiskey. They put in honey. And I drank. Boosted my immunity system. 4 days I was well. On 1st March, I went back to work. Then I was teaching children online. There were 2. And I gave them a testimony and I told them. Because I was seated one time I was seated alone and the Lord told me that, do you know that you got COVID? And it started in 2018. I gave the kids a testimony. Because COVID, no one knows where it came from. And it's very scary. The kids did not get to that point. They ran and told the teachers how I have COVID. Now everyone had to warn their family members who are abroad, and I accessed them. So when you hear words, before you confirm them, get the confirmation. Yet I had warned them in February. Never spread a rumor with no evidence. Test the spirit. 1 John 4, 1 to 21. Love goes everywhere. Only settles where it is appreciated. Jesus came for everyone, but bamulaga nti mukwana apana sijui. He looked, and by his head there was a bread. Now when I look now, do you think I'm going to see the bread? I have to have a level of faith on another level. For me to close my eyes, then I see bread that I did not buy, that no one brought it for me. Elijah laid down and they tapped him and told him to wake up and eat. The angel had brought the bread. Right now, if I close my eyes like this, I'm going to see the bread. God has to use someone to call me and say, Esther, or I'll hear a doorbell. Smith Wigglesworth did not have food for the orphanage. I read a book. My dad had a book called The 7 Great Prayer Warriors. Supposed to buy that copy. The new books were done. So now I'm going to buy from people who already bought the book and they are selling it. A friend gave me this book. They went for a prophetic conference. Then they found this book and bought it and gave it to me. It's called Ever Increasing Faith by Smith Wigglesworth. It was given to me in the 8th month on the 16th, 2017. S's Library from the person, USA VA, Arlington, and the signature. My dad taught me to write dates. He taught all of us. Mama got the idea, the vision, and if we forget to write, she writes on our photos and everything, and we document our things. Ever Increasing Faith, Smith Wigglesworth. He was in the book, The 7 Great Prayer Warriors. He was part of it. And he had an orphanage. And one morning he had no food for the kids. They prayed with the kids. He's a man of faith. How is your faith level? Your faith is part of the army uniform. It's because we don't know how to wear the army uniform. Your faith is your shield. Pastors, teach people the army uniform. Faith. Don't just talk about it. Don't just name kids faith. Wear the army uniform right. That's the only thing the devil hates and fears. The way you also fear a man in a uniform and the gun. That's what the devil hates. Righteousness is part of it. That class is gonna come. I have some time when I'm off. Attend your pastor's classes when they teach it. They've been teaching it, but you don't learn a thing. Because even them, some of them, just teach it. But they don't have the truth in the West. Their faith levels are low. The gospel they say they are preaching is lacking. Their shoes are very rotten. Righteousness is a problem. Salvation on the head. You. They don't have anyone in the back. They love destroying one another. He looked, and by his head there was a bread, cake baked on hot coal, and a pitcher of water. So he ate and drank and lay down again. Then the angel of the Lord came again a second time and touched him and said, "Get up and eat, for the journey is too long for you without adequate substance." The journey to the US is very long. And what makes it long is when you get into an environment that is not suitable for you, an environment that will not support you. The people you stay with for the first time when you land in the US are going to determine how you're going to stay here. Because they're supposed to advise you, warn you. Many people don't have the green card I have. Some who have it work with the World Bank. And the World Bank, you don't pay taxes. If you work with the UN or the World Bank, you don't pay taxes. So they don't know how it works. They have no idea. I had to find out stuff on my own. All they knew, go to the Arlington Career Center, you'll get a case manager. Apart from that, they don't know anything. I went to the Career Center, got a very lovely lady who stood in the gap for me for 2 years. I'll give that testimony later. What is the time? Verses 8, so he got up and ate and drank, and with the strength of that food he traveled 40 days and nights to Horeb, Sinai, the mountain of God. There he came to a cave and spent the night in it. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, and he said to him, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" He said, "I have been very zealous, impassionate for the Lord God of hosts, armies, proclaiming what is rightfully and uniquely his. For the sons of Israel have abandoned, broken." Let me go back. Verse 10. Our devotion talks about verse 10. Let me read it well. Start from verse 9. There he came to a cave. He was prepared for the journey. Are you prepared for that journey? You who is living Uganda, living your own country, are you prepared? Do you have enough information? People who come here before us are supposed to give us the right information so that our stay, our start is not a disaster. Instead, what people do is they throw out one another. They don't give the right information. They are very jealous because they've tried to get the green card and they don't get it. So they don't care. They give you scanty information. Why do you have family members abroad? Why do you have friends abroad? One of my friends in France told me, "Esther, why did you come to the US? Why didn't your friends tell you about the US? My survival abroad, for me to be stable, it has been helped by people far away from the US. I'm not talking about money. I am talking about information, encouraging me to push harder. They stood in the gap. As much as they didn't know the extent of my sickness, they cared. They stood in there for me when I've lost my family members away from here. I used to cry. One would tell me, "Esther, you cannot cry. Your mother is not there. That is not your family. Register that in your head." It was so hard. Why? We've taken care of people in our houses. I gave up my bed in 2001. I was in my senior 4. I slept on my dad's. I put the cushions down. That person got married on the 13th of March this year. She came when she was sick. It's a friend that brought her. People have come home when they've not asked for permission. Ne bagamba bagenda wa mukadde w'ekkanisa. Bave wa musumba Tom nga tebalina bwe bali. Ne bajja wa taata wange. Nga buli lwe ngende kansanga abantu abalala. Ne mbuuza maama ate ono tabo bakano batatawo bavudde wa musumba Tom. Konze kale. My friends, don't ever take God's position when you're helping people. Understand people God brings in your houses. Elijah's time, it's the angel. He prepared for the journey. When God opens a door for one person, that person who goes before other people, he's supposed to get all the information and help others that are coming. When Ugandans come here, they behave like the devil's agents. Other people from other countries love us so much and call us warm, kind, loving. I have seen the bitter side of Ugandans in an amazing way. Those who are back home and here, the 6 years of being away from home, I have seen Ugandans in a mesmerizing way who know Christ. You love making others pay for your own mistakes. That is done. You cannot go there no yenda, no bisiba kumulala. You can't do that. You cannot go bad-mouthing people. Then no bisiba kumulala. When I came here, I was introduced to different people, and people told me different things about each other. I kept quiet. And so when people talk about you, I don't believe, I don't refuse. I'm like, let me put my head in there and I see how tough and tight it is. When they would pray for me, they see a dark cloud. They did not know that God was hiding me so that they don't see me to use me. Ugandans have that habit. Pastors have that habit. I hear, let me start a church there, you can preach. Not me. Travel, come and start your own church. He never sent me here to start a church. I came for an assignment. I did not come to look for money. So don't you ever sit there and say you're going to start a church here and you put me in your church. You don't know me as you said. Because you can't throw me off your groups, then you want me to do stuff for you. That is out. God uses the rejected stones. God gave you an opportunity. Okulera kabaka. And you take his position. Elijah had no one. Our time we have people who are supposed to give us the bread, the water, as they pray for us. Pastors, if you come to the US, I'll not look for you. The Lord has not told me to do so. He isolated me. You can't block me on your WhatsApp number. Then you want me to come for a service. You trained me when I was home. I have all the notes. The things you're preaching to people now. They are enough. I'll find you online. But I'll not look for you. You walked with my father? This is the time you show me the love. You're going to preach to me the love you keep telling people who have just seen you. The Lord has given me men and women to train me into the leader. The Lord told my dad. The Lord allowed you to see what was destroying me. The Lord gave you the opportunity. The Lord has given me an opportunity to raise other people's children. And I've done it wholeheartedly because that's what the Lord wants. Even when the kids come out and disrespected me, I stayed on the course. I never deviated. where there are teachers they sit with and badmouth me, cannot even help. You're gonna start to practice what you preach. Before you come out and you flare. Because Elijah had angels' time. We have men and the fivefold ministries. If you are a leader, a vision bearer, and you don't take care of your teams, these things have been done in church for years. Ministers love one and they choose groups. I've seen those things while growing up. And I'm like, no. You cannot choose who to love. You choose who to call at your function. Unfortunately, the ones you call for your functions have not helped when you have problems. Have not seen it. It's Esther's experience. Verse 10, 1 Kings 19, he said, I have been very zealous, impassioned for the Lord God of hosts. After the angel preparing him. Pastors, you're not preparing us, but you want us to support God's work in your lives. Leaders, you're not preparing us, but you want us to support your hustle, your content, our celebrities. What value are you adding to us? Then you come out and say, Tevien kataka, temina chemungamba. Sente zijja mu music wozani. I warned you guys. You thought it was a joke. Temulina mpisa. Ewamwe gye wakulira musabiriza busabiriza. 2026, you want to come in the political arena. You're gonna give us accountability of the money you have used to help people ngazizo. Then endala nga ziva mu bantu ze tusonda ne tugatta mu bintu byo. Then endala naziva mu content nga za YouTube. Tutambuza channels zammwe. YouTube nebasasula. Kati ogenda kundaga sente ze wagenze n'okola nga walinye. Omusaala gwo ogenda gundaga gw'otaddemu kuyamba abantu. N'abantu ze bakuwadde nga basupporting ebyo bi NGOs byammwe bye mutandika te ne mubbiramu abantu. Each one of you is gonna show us. Even pastors. No one is above the law. I want you to shout Museveni aleese obwavu. Ondage ky'oleese. That man is supposed to work with all of us. And we get out of the season. Currently, he's the president. Oyagala toyagala, yabba teyabba. Kati gwe nga wagenda mu ssabo ne bakolako emikolo otule mu kifeyo kye. You think I don't know? Ye bw'aba yabba gwe wagenda mu ssabo. Gwe n'omubbi olowooza aliwo enjawulo. I want all of us to work our way to the top. When I came out and I told you that I worked on your bypass, the southern and the northern, I was blocked. And people said, you have anything against Mlondo Brown? Excuse me. I studied with him. When you don't know him, yakola arts. Namusanga mengo. Kati mwe mulaba omuntu awedde owakabi. Mu excuse us. We twasomera nga kapere. Ekintu kyasinza omuteeka ku map, he can talk. Those are my friends. I studied with them. They are good at talking. I am good with my hands. We work together. Ekintu ne kyambuka. I was in the bush when those roads were not being done anything. Tezaaliwo. 2009, 2010. Kati mwe musanze ebiwedde. It was a testimony. It wasn't for attacking anyone. We are all not going to be brand ambassadors. All of us are not going to be engineers or doctors. But we need to work together. Bring your expertise. Mama creating ne monona abantu kati yene musajja atagendeyo ngagamba cheko mwana oyo tanjagala nga lwaki simwagala. Kiki kye yali ankoze. One time he was on Capitol and he had a live the way you see. And I typed. Nagamba kono mukalaba kaino lugezigeza kukakola mathako. I laughed about it because that is the Mengo lifestyle. Tukujerega mu bantu tetukulinamu totunyumiza tugenda kujerega nga buli omwalaba. That is a Mengonian lifestyle that I'm used to. It's nothing to me. But ebyo tugenda bikolera ku mwana w'ennamisunsa, w'ennamagunga. Abawala b'ebudde bali sensitive. Ate nga basoma n'abalenzi. Abaana b'emmengo tulinganga abakiti kya muwogo. Jo kikanyuga nga kimera. That is us. Oluzungu lututawaanya dot joko. Ate nga tusoma oluzungu mu kirasi. Abo oluzungu tamu nno. Tulina abalina wiizi zaati. Kubanga tebafuna foundation nnungi nga batandika okusoma. Kati tubayambye tutya. Balina content, balina se content namwe mutuleke. They have the skill. But some are shy. They're not public speakers. But how can I help someone are shy but they have something I need? Support them. Encourage them. Pray for them. Find out. Muzei chechi mtawanya. He can cook. Na yetalina start. Those are things we should be doing in these funny groups we are seated in. Muzei pastor totuita ku group yo nga toina kyotugatako. The word of God buli omu asobola ogisoma n'agibuulira nga bw'ajagala. I've seen people. Buli omu kati avaayo n'asomesa n'ogamba ya nonyenya omutwe. Bonna bakozesa the same Bible you have. Naye ekigambo ekitaliiko bikolwa kitumenye. Abantu ne bafa, abantu ne basalawo okwetuga. Because they are not loved. Ate omulembe gwaffe, we don't know how to bring down the presence of God. Ebyo temulu bitusomesa. Mutugamba yamba yeyamba. Well, how will the Holy Spirit come down? Katonda yakuyita kumuweereza full time. Muzeeyo oli eyo oyiyo brandinga bana abalalu. Mubaleeta mu bituuti. Lwaki Yesu tadduka? Yava ku bituuti n'aweta bino. Kati baatuyiga nti twabategeera. Kati baleeta products zaabwe. This is my assignment. Hope you're doing yours well. Elijah said, he said, verse 9, they came to a cave and spent the night in it. The Lord prepared him, gave him food. Are you prepared? Have your friends prepared you? The Lord has told certain people to look for Apostle Alex Mitala, and he anoints them. Because the kids, when God sees the kids, they're not ready. The kids don't know how to start from scratch. They have no idea what happens when your fellow pastor punches you. When your fellow pastor says, Toja. Pastor omukade kanza namugambe tunagamba sijja. Ate yenze mukulu. Weyiye. Ebyo byaliyo mu kiwempe ekikadde. Olowooza byakatandika. Ayi! Bano ba armor bearers akube ekikono. Nagenda wa pastor namugamba byotaakoze, pastor nanyiiga. And it's the same thing the younger generation is doing. And you think we are going to go anywhere. It is because our fathers and mothers made mistakes and they did not work on them. They just covered it and moved on. Forgive, forget, and move on. And they read Isaiah 43. Go read Revelations 21. And educate yourself. And you see why he was telling them to leave the old. Apostle Wunjo taught that the enemy to the new is your old self. You say you're in the grace. When I look at your lifestyle, ew. Everything that was done in the Old Testament, mwakumba nabyo muli eno mu Yesu. Ekiribeera mugulu n'omutunuulira kiri luddawo. Preacher! Ka Esther Solomon ne kava mu preaching nga kunakye ekyo nga kakola nabuulidde nabasabise watusabise biki. Everyone can preach. Thank God you got the opportunity. We have people who can teach when they don't have a congregation. Yesu nakka. Negwe buli lwojja. Tulaba just soothing words, motivation speaking is all we see. Naye omwoyo omutukuvu nti yatukutteko kizibu. N'oyimba ne otugamba eddoboozi kyekyo ne tuvaamu nga tetukwatiddwako. Lwaki? Our worship leaders babeera mu bbaala. Ku weekend abeera akikuba eri mu bintu byabwe. Anti banoonya ssente. Kubanga pastor tabasomesezza how to harness the faith. Because they don't wear the army uniform. They're using their voices wherever they want. Because they need to look for money. Tebasoma. They don't have jobs. Balina okugenda bakole content, please. YouTube channel yaabwe erina okutambula. Be bakaaba copyright. N'abalokoka bakaaba copyright. Obwana bwa sitaani bwabakolera YouTube channel. Lwaki sente tozifuna? Kaakutta oluyimba lwo ne keekolera YouTube channel. Sente zonna bakawazi. Gwe nze nava ku bantu nalaba channel ya Dr. Mulinde. Nga terina. Kyokka ng'eyamukoledde eri akalala alina. Gideon bwe yafa ne bamukolera channel. Eya Gideon teri agiraba. Bamusanga eri. I was like, mpozi temulina mirimu. Kati mulya busente bwa sitaani. Museveni n'abawa sente ne mugamba sente ya kibi ng'eya Facebook ogiri ogimanyi bw'eri ey'ekibi. You have no idea. Oyo omwana gwakolera tomumanyi. Baatuteeka dda mu kanetwaka kaabwe. Baabakoledde TikTok. Bakoze app zonna bazima zonna oziriko muzeeyi. Gyebali kansubira oyina kava ewera. Verse 9, there he came to a cave and spent the night in it. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him and said to him, what are you doing here, Elijah? The Lord is asking you, what are you doing here? What are you doing on TikTok? What are you doing branding these guys and their things? Mulokolo ina kubeera mu njiri. What are you doing? These are the guys you're branding. Your people abroad came to make a money. Do you know who gives them the money? You don't know. Dole o manjira. Eva kubye ekikonde in 2020. It killed Floyd. He touched his pocket. And they thought it was a game. When they saw what he was touching in his hands, it was a $20 note. I warned people. I told people at work, don't sing black or white. That is a slave trade mentality. Don't take us back. They refused. They brought the bandanas. I told them that is a riot call. They refused. I saw black Americans who know the Lord singing black or white in church. And I'm like, I saw Ugandans sing black or white. And I'm like, now if you come from Africa, I think just keep quiet, don't make noise for us. You are the cause slave trade came. You sold your own. And we got a product of a black American. And other people who are mixed. And they have an African inside. Don't you dare yourself. You contributed to the death and killing of other blacks. It is a slave trade mentality. You've sold one another because of business. Sending kids abroad. It's now done on a technology level. And you're singing black or white. You. Abazungu tebatwagala, tekwagala wakozeeki. Do you know how well educated Africans are? Do you know how bright we are? Do you know how excellent we are? Do you know? But we've put ourselves so low because of money. I, Esther SOLOME, Nachimera with a double N, I'll not eat from the table of the devil because of money. Those who have been asking where my money is, you count the years I'm here, and you want to see what I've done, look at your family members in your churches, in your families. You will see my money if you can be focused. Follow only Christ until submission. When you focus, you're going to see. Hope your kids are focused too. Hope when they come back home and they say, praise the Lord, it is really praise the Lord. And Elijah said, he said, I have been very zealous, impassionate for the Lord God of hosts, armies, proclaiming what is rightfully and uniquely his. For the sons of Israel have abandoned, broken your covenant, torn down their altars, and killed your prophets with a sword. In our times, we use the word. It's a sword too. To kill one another. We make sure we give you all the rotten and hard words. All the rude words. That's what we use in our times. You want to destroy someone? Just concoct a word. Call them a thief. Call them all the rude words you want. People who are weak, they are going to frown and hide. I was going to hide. And the Lord warned me and said, if you do what your father did, you're going to bury him, his wife, and your siblings. Esther 4:14. Now he started telling me what my names mean. The names I carry, and my other secret identities you don't know. I don't play around. I am ready and willing to walk alone. If you were raised not to be told the bad you do, then you are in the wrong lane. Those are things that have been done in church. I asked you, how many times do you see your sheep? Do you know where they stay? The sheep does not follow the shepherd. It is the shepherd to do it.